The February 18th, 2026 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on the City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You could also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on the City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers, out the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with the marshal or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that is in need of hearing impaired equipment, please see City Clerk staff. And please note, if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Stephanie Phillips, Political Director, Veterans in Politics, in place of Reverend Cassandra Ellis, Christ Church Episcopal, who couldn't be here today. Please remain standing while Stephanie leads us in the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please bow with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. I thank you so much for this opportunity to proclaim your name in these chambers. I am so very humbled. I thank you for our incredible mayor and for each of our council members here today. I pray you guide them, lead them, direct them, give them wisdom for all the decisions that they make each day. I pray for a hedge of protection be put around each of them, guide their steps and watch over them. You call us to pray for one another, and I pray for all of them and all of our elected officials. Father, there is a great divide in our country, and I pray you heal this nation. Where there is division, I pray for unity. Where there is unrest, I pray for peace. Where there is intolerance, I pray for grace and understanding. I pray we see each other with love rather than labels. Father, there is a war for our children's minds and hearts in this country. I pray that you preserve and protect their goodness and their innocence. I pray we raise up our children in your way, in your way and in your word. May good triumph over evil. Father, we thank you for your blessings and your mercies that are new each day. May we go about our business and do our work to magnify you, not ourselves. May we come together as one nation, one community, for the betterment of all. I pray these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Will you lead us in the prayer, in the pledge?
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We will now proceed to our ceremonials. Welcome, everybody. We're thrilled that you're here with us today. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, I want to invite our Strategic Initiatives Manager, Sarah Garcia, to join us. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Anthony Lambert. Anthony, please join us. Hello. Anthony is a strategic analyst in our Office of Strategic Services, and he has been with the city since 2019. Anthony is a standout member of the city's Smart Lab team, and his impact can be felt across nearly every department. Smart Lab is the city's internal continuous improvement program designed to help staff streamline their work and reduce waste, ultimately saving time and resources while delivering better service to the public. Anthony has personally helped train more than 460 employees in process improvement methods, empowering teams to work more efficiently and with greater purpose. To date, Smart Lab has completed 58 improvement projects with $105,000 in documented savings, thanks in large part to Anthony's steady leadership and support. Anthony is always patient and approachable as he guides teams through complex challenges, and he brings his full focus and energy to each project, no matter how big or how small. Anthony is a trusted partner and a force for positive change in the city of Las Vegas. Anthony, thank you for all your hard work. And before I give Sarah a chance to say a few words, and then we will hear from Anthony, I want to say when we announced your name, people actually, not today, before today, people actually applauded. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You're welcome. And now, Sarah, would you care to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good morning. So today we're celebrating someone who has mastered the art of being kind, committed, and smart, and occasionally a little too smart for the rest of us. Our Employee of the Month, Anthony Lambert, demonstrates these values not just in moments, but in ways he shows up every single day. And let's be honest, if you run Smart Lab long enough, you actually become the Smart Lab. For anyone who may not be familiar, Smart Lab is our internal process improvement program. It uses lean and other process improvement methods to help streamline work, reduce waste, and ultimately deliver more value for our customers while making work easier. As the smart guy behind Smart Lab, Anthony has taken on a role that requires curiosity, patience, and constant drive to make things better. He approaches every challenge with thoughtfulness, collaboration, and a genuine desire to help others succeed. His kindness builds trust, his commitment moves work forward, and his intelligence lifts the work around everyone around him. If you've ever taken Smart Lab training or had Anthony facilitate one of your meetings or departmental strategic planning sessions, then you already know his energy, his curiosity, and the intention he brings to help teams work more effectively. I'm often stopped in the hallway by people who want to share how much they appreciate his support or how valuable they found the Smart Lab training experience. Anthony, it's wonderful to hear how often people praise your work. You make complex problems feel manageable, and you do it with humility and heart. And before I hand this mic over to Anthony to say a few words, I want to highlight that the Nevada Taxpayers Association has selected Smart Lab as being a top finalist for the 28th Annual Cashman Good Government Award. This recognition speaks volumes about the impact of your work, and we are incredibly fortunate to have you on our team. Congratulations on being named Employee of the Month. You've earned it.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm especially proud of winning this for two reasons. The first one is you have to be nominated and selected by your peers. It's not selected by executives or elected officials, although that would be an honor. I'm just especially proud because I was selected by the people. That was selected by the people who I support and the people that I work to enable. The second reason I'm especially proud is I love being a public servant. I really believe that the purpose of government is not to be the authority over people. The purpose is for it to be an extension of the will of the people and for us to serve our community. And I'm so glad I get to, in my job, enable the people who work at this city to be better public servants. So thank you. I also want to thank my wife, Kirsten, and my mom who came today. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you.
We've invited the mom and wife to come on it.
But first,
I think we'll take one first picture with him. We'll invite your wife and your mom to be in the picture. Okay?
well, okay, I guess we'll do. Well done, Sarah.
For our next item, Councilwoman Kara Kelly is going to recognize the work of one of our great organizations. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today we are proud, and I am particularly proud, to recognize the Southern Nevada Senior Law Program, which is such a vital resource for older adults across all of Southern Nevada. But first, I want to talk a moment about its executive director, Diane Farron. I've had the pleasure, and many of you have had the pleasure of knowing Diane for many years. I think we figured it was about 30 years, right, Diane? And she is so much she so much embodies the ideals of a leader, and really of a servant leader, of someone who she has found, she has had a terrific career in private industry. She has founded 2 banks. Go Diane. And she's given back through many opportunities, through community service, having leadership roles with communities in Nevada, Nathan Allison Hospice Foundation, and luckily, several years ago, the Senior Law Program, which was in part founded by our illustrious mayor, her legislation, and many of her good board members and others who are here. I came to work with her in 2023, and it was all about making sure that we needed to get the word out about this phenomenal program. We all know about the Legal Aid Center. Everybody knows about the Legal Aid Center because of Ms. Buckley's amazing leadership there. And we know about Nevada Legal Services, and then we have Washoe Legal Services and Rural Legal Services. But the one thing that Southern Nevada Legal Services does that no other nonprofit legal service can do in our community is it serves anyone who is 60 years or older, and it is not income tested. And let me explain to you why that matters. So many of our other legal services are income tested, But for people like retired teachers or retired public employees that are on fixed budgets, often they may not have the extra $800 to do a will or a durable power of health care, or there's also, but we serve everybody. I say we, I've embodied it. Yes, I've embodied it. And so the senior law program has done this under the leadership of Diane Farron, who comes to work, having worked with her, I know, every day. And it's all about how can we reach more people and how can we reach more seniors and help them with elder abuse, problems, where families as they age, evictions, I mean, all sorts of things. The key to the delivery of this is the willingness of attorneys who practice in the state of Nevada to volunteer their time. And that is the only way that can get done. And she has been able to grow her service and her team, because it is just not Diane, but the team, to be able to touch so many more seniors. There is no way but up for this organization. And one of the most important things I heard from one of its clients was that you were able to lift an unbearable burden. I mean, that gives me chills. That's the type of work senior law program does. So I wanted then to tell you a little bit about the senior law program that I haven't already. And the senior law program has been around for a very long time. I used to know the exact year, and it was a part of the city when thank you, 1980, started in 84. It's done. It's ebbed and flowed in its iteration, but it is the one place that any senior can go from help. And we just have to get the word out, because it is kind, compassionate, committed, and smart. And it's all through staff, attorneys, volunteers, and they also help those with limited incomes. And anybody, don't think that anybody who has a ton of resources would hire. They then send those wonderful people over to other attorneys. But I think we send all of our constituents to the senior law program for their commitment to justice, equity, and compassion. So Diane, if I could have you and your board chair, and then the vice chair, who happens to be our own city attorney. There he is. And Mary Teresa. So therefore, we, the mayor, and the members of the Las Vegas City Council proudly proclaim February 18th, 2026 as Southern Nevada Senior Law Program Day in the city of Las Vegas. Diane.
Thank you very much, Councilman Kelly, all of the council people, particularly one of our original founders, Mayor Berkeley, for recognizing the important work of Southern Nevada Senior Law Program, and the fact that we have the support of so many who are here today to help us celebrate also lets me know that our phones, which are 702-229-6596, should be busier, in the fact that the senior population in the state of Nevada has grown 42% between 2010 and 2020. In 2025, senior law program served 36% more seniors than we had the year before, and a number of key people are here who have made that possible. And I want to recognize my board chair, Mary Teresa Rivera-Rogers. along with our vice chair, who's doing double duty. I don't know if this still counts towards PTO or not, Jeff, but Jeff Dorkak has been an incredible support for what we do at Senior Law Program. We have our supervising attorney, Chelsea Croton, who makes the magic and delivers it with such grace, commitment, care, and competence, along with our director of the Pro Bono Program, Bill Voy, who makes sure that as a nonprofit, and I have a background in banking that watches every nickel, to make sure we are maximizing our return on investment, and that's the investment that you all make in us. Every time you refer somebody for our help, every time you make a donation, every time you volunteer with us, and we are grateful, and we are also motivated to do more, because more needs to be done. And thank you so much, Councilwoman Kelly, for, yes,
So this is yours.
all the support you have given us in every way imaginable that does continue on.
Thank you very much. You're easy to support. So why don't you come up here and we're going to take some pictures.
And then after we take this picture, let's bring everybody up.
Perfect.
Okay.
You're going to have to move. One or two of you is coming over here, I think. Balance it out. Not you.
Oh, I'm taller.
That one over there.
I could be taller over here.
Invite everybody that's here for the Senior Law Project to come up.
You in the center. Yes, in the center.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome, thank you. Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Lovely. Okay. For our final item, I wanted to take a moment to recognize and thank our friends from Meow Wolf. Please join us at the podium. Oh, here they come. Hello. Hello, okay. Okay, 5 years ago, on February 18th, 2021, Meow Wolf's Omega Mart opened its doors at Area 15, and the Las Vegas's art scene has never quite been the same. No one really knew what Omega Mart would be, or to be honest, the interactive art exhibition is better experienced than described. If you have not been there, I would invite you to visit the Omega Mart for a little shopping and maybe a trip to a world that lives just out of sight and behind the everyday world we are used to. Visiting the world's most exceptional grocery store is an experience you will never forget. Meow Wolf was the first major tenant in Area 15, and we have seen the amazing growth and expansion of what has become a must-visit attraction for tourists and residents alike. It wasn't too long ago that Olivia Diaz, Councilwoman Diaz, and I went and took a tour. I had no idea what to expect because I hadn't been there since it first opened. Oh my gosh, really extraordinary, and it keeps expanding. And so I'm just thrilled about it. I want to thank the entire team at Meow Wolf, and thank you for betting on Las Vegas. We are celebrating your 5th birthday by proclaiming today Meow Wolf Day and also Senior Law Project Day in the city city of Las Vegas, and I can't wait to see what else we can partner on in the next 5 years. I can't thank you enough, and thank you a lot for being there. Let me shake your hand. Nice to meet you. Oh, you're kissing? Mwah, mwah. Okay, and let me hand you the proclamation and hand the microphone to one of you to accept everything. Okay. All right. On behalf of the City Council and all of the people that live in Las Vegas, thank you for being a part of our community and such an extraordinary part. So this is your day and well deserved.
Thank you.
I got butter. Got better butter. Please say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Berkeley, for this honor. At Omega Mart, we have been so honored to be a part of this community. And you know, when we opened during the height of the pandemic, we weren't sure, in a city that is really, really known for catering to adults, we weren't sure who was going to come shopping with us. Over the last 1,825 days, we've welcomed millions into our store, and that has allowed us to give back to this beautiful community that we call home in a meaningful way. And that really, truly has touched our hearts. As everyone knows, the 5th anniversary is the butter anniversary. And we're spreading it on thick. Yep. And so in the next thousands of days, we look forward to continuing to be a part of this vibrant and rich arts and culture community. We're better than ever. Thank you again. Thank you again.
Thank you for my butter. All right. Why don't you join us and we'll take a picture?
They want the muffin. Oh, wait, you move towards the mayor.
Right in here? Yeah. All right.
No.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Oh my God. That's amazing. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want to say we'll be?
Okay. No, that's not a good word, I don't think. We're going to be starting the bulk of our city council meeting in about 5 minutes.
That's on.
I am reconvening the city council meeting. Agenda item number 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the amount of time to 2 minutes. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak? Would you please come forward and state your name for the record?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Shoshana. I would like to
Could you
address
give
two
us a
things.
last name?
I go by Shoshana, and I'm a resident. And I would like to address 2 items on the agenda. First one is I support agenda item 18. The second item that's on the agenda is the invocation and the action for us to pray here at our city government meeting. So I was not religiously trained. I don't have a religious background, but I wanted to understand why we're praying to the Bible. And this is the source of the invocation. So I started reading it. And because it's currently Black History Month, I thought, well, let's see how this applies. And I actually found it to be horrific. And I'm going to read scripture to you so we understand why we are praying to this, because I don't understand it. In the book of Exodus, it says, you can beat your male or female slave until near death, and you will not be punished as long as the slave recovers after a day or 2, since the slave is your property. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From those nations you may buy slaves. You can also give them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. The book of Leviticus. If a man sells his daughter as a slave, she is not to go free as male slaves do. Book of Exodus. A slave owner who hits a male or female slave in the eye and destroys it must let the slave go free to compensate for the eye. If the owner knocks out the tooth of a male or female slave, they can go free to compensate for the tooth. Book of Exodus. Please read this. Most people don't read it, I've learned. In the book of Peter, slaves, obey your masters with respect, not only the kind and gentle ones, but also the harsh ones. God is pleased when someone endures unfair suffering because they are conscious of him. If you are punished for doing wrong, there is no credit for doing that. But if you suffer for doing good and patiently endure it, that pleases God. That's the book of Peter, like I said. Last one. If a man rapes a woman who is a slave designated for another man, they shall not be put to death. Since she has not been freed, he shall bring a ram as a guilt offering to him for himself to the Lord, and the sin he committed shall be given to him. From Leviticus. My final thoughts are this. I would like you to use critical thinking and ask yourselves, why are we being asked to pray to the ideology in this book? Please read all of it, all of you. I know people are reading it. It's
Thank
not
you
what you
so
think
much.
it is. Thank you for listening, and thank you for learning.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to address the city council at this time?
Council.
Good morning.
Peace be within your homes and prosperity in your palaces. My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find my twin brother Christ in Revelation 5:5 being called the Lion of Judah. He's a great man. And I want to now respect the passing of a lion for we the people, Jesse Jackson. The brother stood up under a lot of stress and a lot of pushback, but he pushed back with the Rainbow Coalition, and he will be remembered because he's a great man and a lion for the people, for we the people. Now, I'm thinking about Agenda 10 and 12 is concerning the finances for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the fiscal year. As long as they continue to protect the people and not starting to suppress the people, give them the money. No problem. Because John 10:10, my twin brother Jesus Christ says, the thief, the devil and his pagan religions, come only to kill, steal, and destroy, but I have come that you will have life and life more abundantly. So, hey, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, protect us from the thief.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to address the city council? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Sandra Kinney, K-I-N-N-E. We actually have a point of clarification. We want to speak on a specific agenda item. Do we do that now or on
You
that?
may do that now, or you could wait until the agenda item comes up.
We'll do that. Thank you.
All righty. Is there anybody else wishing to address the city council at this time? Seeing no one, we will move on to agenda item 8. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I have two items, 33A through 33B, 25-0096 VAR1 and STR1. Applicant owner is Searles Oz Land LLC on 2.25 acres at the northeast corner of Searles Avenue and 23rd Street. There's an abeyance request by the applicant until the March 4th, 2026 City Council meeting. And item 25, 25-0390 STR1. Applicant is Kayvan Khorshid. Owner is Dental Training Center and Digital Lab, incorporated on 0.3 acres at southeast corner of Gas Avenue and 7th Street. There's an abeyance request by the applicant until the March 4th, 2026 City Council meeting. That'll be my motion.
Please vote. Post. Post. It's not coming up? Okay, motion passes. Agenda item number 9 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the January 21st, 2026 regular city council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 10. Items number 10 through 23 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any other items the council wishes to bring forward? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 10 through 23?
Move to approve items 10 through 23.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 24, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Michael McGettigan to a Ward 2 seat of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Ward 2 is entitled to appoint 2 representatives to the board. Russell Martin occupied one of the Ward 2 seats, and he has resigned. Mr. McGettigan is eligible and wishes to serve. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to appoint Michael McGettigan to the second Ward 2 seat of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Please vote. Post. Continue posting. All right. Motion passes. Agenda item 25, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2026-5. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
And Mayor Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney, with your indulgence and MPTs, I'm going to have one of our 2 City Attorney Office spring externs, David Eichelberger, who's a third-year evening law student with Boyd Law School, read the bills today. We have 4 of them, as you know. David's a dispatcher during the day, so the evening program at Boyd is letting him become a lawyer, and he's interested in land use law, and today was the perfect day with our heavy community development agenda. So, David, go ahead.
Bill number 2026-5, an ordinance pertaining to community redevelopment, adopting a 3rd amended and restated redevelopment plan for the redevelopment area commonly known as Redevelopment Area 1, to expand the redevelopment area associated with that plan and providing for other related matters.
It's a great dispatch voice, and I move to approve.
Shall we vote on the motion? Post? Okay. Motion carries. Bill number 2026-6. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2026-6, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of its City of Las Vegas, Nevada general obligation, limited tax, city revenues, City Hall refunding bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2026C, for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding bonds, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds, and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, providing other related or other matters relating thereto, and providing the effective date thereof.
Shall we vote on the motion?
I'm going to move to approve.
First, we should do that. Okay. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Bill number 2026-7. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2026-7, and an ordinance providing for the issuance by the City of Las Vegas for its general obligation, limited tax, medium-term various purpose bonds, Series 2026D, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $24 million for the purpose of financing the cost of recreational projects, providing details concerning the bonds, the project and general tax proceeds, and providing other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 28, bill number 2026-8. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2026-8, an ordinance providing for the issuance by the City of Las Vegas for its general obligation, limited tax, medium-term maximum medium-term building bonds, Series 2026E taxable, and the maximum aggregate principal amount of $10 million for the purpose of financing the cost of building projects, providing details concerning the bonds, the project and general tax proceeds, and providing other matters relating thereto.
Motion?
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much for reading the bills. You're going to make a very good attorney. You're very welcome. Agenda item 29, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Item 29, bill number 2026-4 will be heard at a later meeting. Agenda item number 30. Items 30 through 31D are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve this consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 32 appears on the one motion, one vote agenda. It is a routine item with no condition changes. Any person representing this application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all the standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item 32, 25-0471-SUP1, applicant Warm Massage LLC owner, Charleston Festival Retail LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed massage establishment use with waivers of distance separation requirements from residentially zoned property, an individual care center license for more than 12 children, and a school where 400 feet is required at 6340 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 130. C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on item 32? Seeing no one, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote, item 32?
Madam Mayor, I will move to approve item 32.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 33, A and 33B were held in abeyance to the March 4th, 2026 City Council meeting. We're going to trail agenda item number 34 until the applicant can get to City Council. Okay, let me know, okay? Okay. Okay. Agenda item 35. This item was held in abeyance to the March 4th, 2026 City Council meeting. Agenda item 36, 25-0473-SUP1, abeyance item, special use permit, applicant Jerry Durr, owner JLC Nucleus LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 2,400 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a 3,400 square foot outdoor patio area at 926 West Owens Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I am.
Would you care to tell us about your project? And I know you spoke a meeting or two ago. Would you please refresh our memory?
Yeah, the Tetra Class is a lounge for all applicants come and enjoy themselves. And she asked for a plan, a special plan a plan readout. So I sent her a plan readout what our meetings, what our plans are for the vision. And so we got for the safety, for safety, security, for alcohol awareness, for all of that. So she wants us to, but the really problem is about liquor on the premises. But my concern is across the street, they have alcohol over there. And my concern is that she says that it has to be so many feet. But my operation is at 7 o'clock at night, where the daycare would be closed, you know. And I would wonder what's the problem with that. Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us about your project?
My project is for basically elder people, you know, from 35 and older, you know, where they come to have banquets, family reunions, all that kind of stuff like that, you know, so they can enjoy themselves. They have no loud music, no rap music, none of that. Basically, for, you know, people they don't come enjoy themselves for entertainment, for the churches, because we have nowhere to go. So we want something that we can go and use for our, you know, our area, our ward. So we need, that's why I made up a plan so we can have something for the seniors, not the seniors, but people can have family reunions, banquets, picnics, whatever, to enjoy themselves. So.
Okay, thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Foley for the record. Mayor, during the entitlement process for this applicant, a state licensed child care facility was identified at 931 West Owens. That use was established in July of 25, subsequent to the approval and establishment of full alcohol use located within the Edmond Town Center in 2023. As such, the proposed use here requires a waiver of the minimum special use permit requirement to allow a 100-foot separation from a protected use where 400 feet is required. The proposed alcohol use and existing protected uses are separated by Owens Avenue, which is a 100-foot right-of-way. Staff has no objections and recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any conditions that have been imposed that the applicant has to agree to?
Mayor, the applicant has discussed the possibility of some conditions, but there are none at this time, but we'll be ready to draft any if they come up during the conversation.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Floyd, can you tell me what conditions have been suggested by the applicant?
Yes, Mayor, through you. So he mentioned an age restriction. I know that came up last time. I heard that in the conversation.
Mr. Dorcak, is that even allowed under the law to have an age restriction?
With respect to the land use, Seth, was that what
Yeah, I believe last time, I forget what the age was last time, but this time he mentioned that it was for 35 and up. And I don't know that that's going to be a condition. I just heard that as a possible condition.
It would probably be easier. We can put that on the business license, which would be administratively a part of this package. So we can get it. We can get it in there. Yeah.
Okay. And may I interrupt for a moment, Ms. Summers Armstrong? It's okay. What are your hours?
My hours are from 7 in the afternoon to 12 midnight.
7 to midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Mr. Dorcak, can that also be a condition, hours of operation?
Yes, we've done hours before.
Mr. Durr, if you are amenable, I would like to place a condition on hours from 7 p.m. to midnight. I would also like to have a one-year review of your business, and our staff would have to keep track of any calls for service at your place. But do you own the entire mall, or this is just the business?
Just the business.
Just the business. So you don't own the entire mall?
No.
Okay. With those conditions, I'll move for approval.
And Mayor, if you want me to read those conditions
Yes,
in and then you can
please,
vote.
so we all are on the same page.
So the first added condition would read, the hours of operation shall be limited to 7 p.m. to midnight daily. And that second condition would read, a one-year administrative review shall be conducted from the date of the business license issuance.
Thank you. Do you agree to the two conditions?
Yes, I do.
All right. There she said- No, it's going to be the business license. We'll do the age.
Yeah, we'll want that on the record because this is going to be administratively handled by the department. So let's do all the conditions.
So then the third condition, which would be a business license condition, would be that the age of patrons would be restricted to 35 and over, and we'll add that on the business license.
All right. Does the applicant agree to that further
Yes,
condition?
I do. Yes, I do. That's good.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. If the business owner sells the business, do those conditions, are they attached to the next business owner?
Madam Mayor, through you, so as long as the business doesn't close for long enough to expunge the use, yes. So the use could continue with a new owner with those conditions.
All right. Is there a motion? Oh, I think, did you make your motion, Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Would you care to repeat it?
Yes. So I move for approval with the conditions, which would be age restriction, hours of operation, and with a one-year administrative review.
All right, thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Mhm.
Being over 35, I'm going to have to come to your establishment one of these
You're welcome.
days.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. We're going to go back to agenda item 34. The applicant is now here. 25-0483-VAR1, abeyance item, appeal item variance, applicant owner Guadalupe Viva. No, thank you very much. Ramirez for possible action on an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a land use entitlement project request to allow an existing residential accessory structure, a carport, that does not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for Placement. Separation and aesthetic compatibility on 0.15 acres at 86 Page Street, R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. The Planning Commission and staff have recommended denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Madam
Do you
Mayor.
care to tell us about this project?
Yes, good morning. Edgar Montalvo representing the client. 3606 Calico Brook Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89147.
86 Page Street.
Yeah, it's my house. And we're here to present this project. We have a denial on the previous variance application because I want to tell you a little bit about this project. Unfortunately, we do a lot of these projects. This is going to be like a pro bono project and application that we're doing for her because there is some general contractors and contractors lately and nowadays, and they do business without actually advising correctly, properly the clients. That was the case with Mrs. Guadalupe over here. What happened is, and she wants to do this carport. She hired whatever she called a contractor. She said, the contractor said everything is going to be fine. She will not require any building permit because she's not installing any power on it, which we know that is not right. But unfortunately, there is a lot of, being on the industry as an architectural firm, we can tell you that there is a lot of general contractors right now that they're doing that just to get some work. Unfortunately, she got into it. She got a loan to get this done, and she's working overtime, and she's having a hard time on doing this effort just as a shade, and she got denied. So she approached to us last meeting that we had, the last presentation that we have here on the chambers, and she asked us to help her on doing this project. Yeah, we think it's very valuable to help her as a community member and trying to help her to improve. Of course, this is our city. I've been living here in Las Vegas for 20 years. I have 3 kids and were born and raised here in Las Vegas, and we love this place. We love our city, and that's what we're trying to do this on every single time. So we asked her that we need to improve a little bit the the look of what the structure is, so she can bring a little bit more to the community by just doing her carport. So what we're doing here is what you can see on the screen. We are just covering with a stucco, wrapping all the columns, wrapping all the beams that we have, putting a cap on the top, so we look more like a residential structure, not only just a structure and she can just throw there and everybody will do it. So that will improve a little bit, well, quite a lot, what it looks right now, the structure. We've been doing this with several of the SWIFT program projects that we have. We are also vendors for them. We're doing this, and we recommend always to doing that because it's a simple fix. Of course, they need to do more, spend a little bit more money, but that's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to look finally when we obtain, hopefully, your approval here. So that's what it is, and I don't know if you want to speak a little bit more about this.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this time, for this opportunity. And yes, like Mr. Edgar say.
Guadalupe, if you can give us your name, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Guadalupe. I am the owner of this property that we're talking about.
First name and last name.
Guadalupe Ramirez, and yeah, the middle name. Okay, we're not gonna get into that.
Thank you.
So yes, well, first of all, this is my first house, and that's a huge achievement. I was able to do this, and this about the carport. Yes, I was misinformed that I didn't require a permit because it was not going to have like electricity involved, or it was not going to be attached to the house and kind of like damage the structure of the house. And so I went ahead with the project, and yes, I did work overtime, and my family, helping me, supporting me. So it's just working, going from, the house to work to the house. That's all I did because I really wanted to do this project. I have my children, my grandchildren come maybe twice a month to visit, and I want them to enjoy the house, So they live in apartments, and my house has a backyard, has a front yard, so I want them to enjoy as much as possible. That's why we did this also, because the high temperature here in summertime is extremely, expensive to deal with. And so the shade that we're getting from this carport is extremely helping me a lot to pay my bill, my energy bill, and also for the kids to be there, and also protecting our cars from the damage the sun causes. So, but yeah, unfortunately, they say somebody called and asked if I had the permit, which I don't consider that as a complaint, more like just a question, because in some way it's not damaging none of the other properties. It's not attached to the walls with my neighbors. When it rains, because we've been having some rain here, even the water comes inside my property, not outside. So I thought about that, not making a trouble for nobody. But if I have to make changes, I will ask you to let me know what I need to do, and just let me keep it, because it's something I want for my house. And I'm thinking this is gonna bring also the other neighbors to maybe think about it and do the right thing, because I see a lot of my neighbors, they already have the same structure. And they've been having it for years, because I've been living there for 4 years, they had it. So when they told me, oh, no, you don't need a permit, I thought it was the right thing, I didn't, and that's why I did it. But if I'm trying to do the right thing now, and hopefully you guys will just let me have it.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Seth Floyd, for the record. Mayor, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing a carport without permits that don't comply with current Title 19 setbacks and separation requirements, as well as proposing to construct a patio cover that does not meet Title 19 setback requirements. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance. I would add, however, that like the applicant reported, there was a revised justification letter on February 6th that does describe the design modifications that they showed today, and we have a condition of approval that's been included that will confirm that there will be aesthetic compatibility with the carport and the primary dwelling.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to be heard on this item? If not, I will close the public hearing. Are there any conditions that she needs to agree to?
Madam Mayor, the only condition would be the one that requires conformance to the plans that they showed today so that we can evaluate it against those plans.
Okay, and you will agree to that condition?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from council members? Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to say thank you to Mr. Montalvo and Ms. Ramirez for coming to my office and explaining the situation. I know my planning commissioner is very consistent on carports and he just is adverse to them. But I have lived in our area for all of my life and I know that the temperatures are not decreasing. If anything, they are increasing and we have a longer summer most years. And so I am empathetic. I'm empathetic that we want to keep our cars cooler when we jump in them. We don't want them to be 140 or 50 to 150 degrees. And I appreciate the fact that you understood that just the metal structure that was placed is not okay because it doesn't aesthetically add to the beauty of the neighborhood. I appreciate the changes. I think that this is much in line with one that Trinity actually got behind for the very first time. And so I want to be consistent, and I feel that a carport for shade in some homes, I remember my parents' homes, the garage got made into a room. And so you don't have a garage space to shelter your vehicle and keep it in the shade, and sometimes the carport is going to serve that purpose. So I like everything I'm seeing, and I appreciate the time, and I appreciate Mr. Montalvo for helping Ms. Ramirez, and I do want to figure out how we ensure that all of our neighbors know to come to us before they go with the expense of their structure, because sometimes it's not certain whether what they built is sound, and sometimes you're out that money that you already invested because you're going to have to demolish it and do it anew. So we have to figure out as a city how we do better and letting all of our neighbors know that they need to come and seek our input and our advice before they actually set those structures up. But I appreciate this, and with that, with the conditions stated by Mr. Floyd, that needs to accompany my motion. I'll move to approve agenda item 34 with the condition that Mr. Floyd will now read into the record.
It's actually, I can read it in. It's actually already in your backup as condition number 3, and so we are good. Unless I can read it in if you'd like, but it's already in the.
Okay.
It's already in there.
With the condition number 3 as written in our backup material, and that's my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And I hope that you
Thank
get
you.
a lot of good use from your carport.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Agenda item 37. 25-0377 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 4.77 acres located on the north side of Hammer Lane, approximately 360 feet east of Schaumburg Road. 37A 25-0377-GPA1 from PCD, Planned Community Development, and NMXU, Neighborhood Mixed-Use Center, to SC Service Commercial. 37B 25-0377-ZON1 from U Undeveloped PCD, Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation, to C1 Limited Commercial. 37C 25-0377-VAR1 to allow 18 parking spaces where 19 are required. 37D 25-0377-SUP1 for a major amendment to an approved special use permit SUP-78539 for the proposed expansion of an existing mini storage facility use. 37E 25-0377-VAC1 petition to vacate U.S. government patent easement and a portion of the public right-of-way, Hammer Lane. 37S 25-0377- SDR1 for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review, SDR-78449, for a proposed one-story, 8,845 square foot building addition and covered RV boat parking spaces to an existing 650 unit, 107,829 square foot mini storage facility with waivers of a perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Epic Development and the owner is Ann at 215 LLC. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ward 4, Ms. Alan Polensky, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
I am. Jeff Thompson.
Thank you. Would you care to tell us about your project?
Yes, Jeff Thompson with 10 Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, 89118. On behalf of the client, we are just putting an expansion piece to an existing mini storage unit. As you can see from the picture here, there's a kind of a odd-shaped 1 acre piece that we are going to put one building with garages, and then the rest will be just RV and parking under covered parking stalls. So nothing too special or fancy, but we agree with staff's recommendations and are here to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The applicant proposes expanding the existing mini storage facility onto the adjacent undeveloped parcel as he stated. Staff finds the requested general plan amendment and rezoning appropriate and compatible with the existing development and surrounding land uses. Staff also supports the special use permit for the mini storage and the associated petition to vacate patent easements at the site. Due to the site's irregular shape and narrow eastern side, requiring parking and landscape buffers cannot be fully accommodated. Therefore, staff can support the variance allowing 18 spaces where 19 is required and landscape waivers. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all applications subject to conditions.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Ms. Alan Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jeff, thanks for coming to the office and talking about the project multiple times. And like I mentioned to you earlier, I have a great comfort level. But will you, for my indulgence, say for the record that this extended building will not have any freeway signage on it?
No extra signage will be put on this property.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. With that said, for the record, I feel very comfortable and very proud that your business is thriving and you're expanding in Ward 4. Move to approve item number 37A through F.
All right. Shall we vote on the motion? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Agenda item 38. 25-0459 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.19 acres at 5617 Grand Guinness Court, R1 Single Family Residential Zone. 38A, 25-0459-VAR1 to allow 2 parking spaces where 4 are required. 38B, 25-0459 SUP1 for a proposed individual care group home use. The applicant owner is Care Access Nevada 1 LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. Note the ward was amended at Planning Commission from Ward 1, Mr. Knutson, to Ward 6, Ms. Bruni. These are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Would you please come forward and state your name for the record and tell us about your project?
Hi, my name is Shannon Delatorre, and I live at 5617 Grand Guinness Court. I run a group home for childcare. It's Minion Ranch Childcare. I'm here today to respectfully ask for approval for the special use permit and the parking variance so I can continue taking care of the children that are in my care and I have been taking care since they were babies. And now
Thank you
they're-
so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Due to the subject site's inability to meet minimum parking requirements, staff is unable to support the requested variance and special use permit, therefore is recommended denial. And just so some background, at the Planning Commission meeting, there were additional conditions added. They were outdoor recreation shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Staff for the group home shall only park off-site within available street parking and leave any on-site parking available for children. Child pickup and drop-off, as well as all child drop-off shall occur on the site within the provided driveway parking spaces. And lastly, the use shall be limited to the day or overnight care of children only. The individuals being cared for shall be no older than 17 years old. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Please come forward and state your name.
Good morning. My name's Kyle McGuire. How's everybody doing out there?
Good, thank you.
I live at 5612 Grand Guinness Court. It's nice to see all of your faces out here, but reality is it's real difficult for people to actually get here because the way things are broken down. I do appreciate that they put site conditions on it, restricting parking especially. I live directly, well, I say across and down one. One of the things that they did was they sent out traffic enforcement, and of course, as I'm a general contractor, by the way, and in fact, I built that house where they live when I was a superintendent working for the builder. In fact, just recently, when Nancy was running for office, she actually came to my doorstep, okay? And I did vote for her, by the way. But nevertheless, I didn't see her at the door. I actually don't, I try not to answer my door. I'm just that kind of person. But anyway, with all of that being said, I limited everything to what happened after the zoning meeting, which they ran all the way out to the very end, outlasted us because we all have things to do, and then went ahead and pushed it through. And what happens is I've been out there regularly, and it's not like I make special efforts, but as recently as this morning, they're totally in violation of the parking situation. I have situations where they've blocked it, where they've put things out there. They put road cones on the street damn near every day. And like I said, it's become a frustration. School buses double park, stuff like that. She puts her car right in the front, puts cones behind it as if somehow to resolve a problem that she's just creating, because if she actually parked where her staff is supposed to park during the day, then school buses could pull right up to it, to the house, pick up the kids, because after all, they accept disabled children, which is noble and fine, but there's a place for it. And it's called a commercial building, okay? Not in a residential zone. As a result of that, I have to wait. Now, like I said, I run a business out of my house. I'm correctly zoned for it. Recently, I had to get rid of a truck that was on my driveway as a result of code enforcement coming out and deciding I can't do it based on their traffic situation. So I put basically a $20,000 truck I said goodbye to and let it go. I had a tractor there that I'm now paying for storage on across town, and also storage for materials that I kept in the truck on the driveway that I would go into regularly to get stuff in and out of. I'm totally affected by it. It's not in a good way. And like I say, there are solutions, but if they were such great neighbors with all the crap they spewed at the last meeting of, oh my gosh, and the babies are gonna die if this doesn't happen. Reality is, anyone who started a business knows there's zoning, there's laws, there's licensing. I'm fully licensed with the state. I have a multi-jurisdictional license and a general contractor's license, okay? I spend thousands, close to $40,000 a year just to keep my licenses good and keep everything above board. And reality is, hell, I just spent $4,200 on permits to the city for another problem that I didn't create from a building from, before. And like I said, this is all
So you're opposed to this?
Totally opposed to it.
Thank you.
Totally opposed to it. And only because, and basically under the things of traffic. Everybody needs to make a living. Everybody has reality. Reality is, hell, my wife is disabled. One of my neighbors who couldn't make it today, his wife was disabled. Other people who are here who don't have to be at somewhere at a specific time are here. But this is for real. I have pictures here, probably 30 of them, showing many of them are laughable, where you have, in fact, just as recently as today when she was getting ready to go, she pulls her car into the driveway at an angle that would have struck anybody from getting in there, because I don't know what she had to bring other than her son, but regardless, that shouldn't be.
I thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
If it's appropriate, Mayor, could you share the pictures that, if you have any, from the Planning Commission until today, please?
I would love to. How do I get them to you?
The overhead, there's a square or a rectangle, place your phone there and
Right here?
they'll zoom into it.
If you have any for the last couple of
I'll
days,
start from the most recent. And it isn't like I just go out there. There's 2 cones that are sitting out there right now, which have been out there for days. There's her vehicle crossed across the designated parking. This right here is how it's generally left when they're not around. This is on a given day where she pulls up there so that her car is in front of her house, I guess, so it can be seen from her cameras. This is from Jones. What I don't like about this is there's a sign out there.
Could you
that
move
says
your
welcome.
head so we can see that? There you go.
I'm sorry. That says welcome. You can be seen from Jones. If I had a sign that could be seen from Jones, I would not be able to do business from my house. Okay? Here's the situation. This is just me coming back into the project. There I am behind road cones. Here we are with a school bus double parked. Now, the other day, and I didn't get it because I wasn't quick enough, they had somebody who missed the bus. The bus went down, made a 3-point turn in the cul-de-sac, came back. The lady who owns the place comes running out. Some child went across the street by himself to get on the bus. Here's, once again, another bus picture. This one right here is showing somebody who's taken up both spots on the driveway. Somebody else came over, and rather than even pull in front of it, they just double parked and let somebody out. And in fact, that somebody is, I believe, walking up the driveway right there. Okay?
Thank you
and like
so
I say,
much.
that was the same. This is trash day. See where they put their trash cans? Everybody else puts them over there. They put it in front of their parking, and so nobody could use it. And like I say, this is just that's the box truck I had to let go and say goodbye to that probably shouldn't have been there. Like I say, I ended up, talking to code enforcement about it. It was just easier for me to not fight it because this is the real fight.
Thank you so much. We have many other people that wish to speak.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Hey, good morning. David Lee, 5608 Grand Guinness Court. Thank you for hearing me. So I don't have any problem with these people personally, but I've lived in my home for 16 years. I'm an original resident there, okay? Lived in Las Vegas since 1967, so a long time, right? I'm retired from Clark County School District, and I know one of the issues was the school buses, and the thing I thought I had pointed out to them last time was they need to notify transportation for CCSD, and they have a special department called Transportation Investigators. They have to go out to the scene, look at it, make sure it's safe and secure for the students. It's a liability issue, right? I don't think anybody ever did that because they were supposed to go down Camus Canyon, which is the side street there, okay, if you notice on the map there, Camus Canyon, and then do the pickup. But CCSD won't change the route unless someone notifies them and they go out ahead of time and make sure it's a secure site for their students. Okay, it's just kind of a common sense issue, right? I'm against it because as long as I've lived there, I raised my family there, and I'm a homeowner. I own my home outright, okay? It's been a very nice, quiet, peaceful neighborhood. It's a cul-de-sac. Obviously, we don't get too much traffic down there because most people coming down there, residents that live there, are people coming to visit. Now, since these people occupied the house a couple of years ago, they've had a daycare in there since day one. Nobody ever notified me or asked me about it. It's just traffic consistently coming through there. And I think they're trying to make some changes. I give them some credit with that. I think they've cleared the driveway for the most part. That's why they have those cones out there. They're parking along on the side street, Camus Canyon. With the school bus issue, they need to notify transportation directly because sadly, they won't listen to what you guys have to say. CCSD does their own thing, so that someone needs to notify them directly, their transportation department.
Thank
So
you.
anyway, I'm against it. I appreciate everybody coming here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Oh, yes, I will get to you. Would you state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Linda Johannes, and I live at 5612 Grand Guinness Court. I'm one of the original owners, not one of, I am, Kyle and I are. We've been in the house for 30 years. And it is a quiet street. There's 10 houses, including theirs, on this little cul-de-sac. Now, in order to get to our homes, we have to come off of Jones or Sligo onto Camus Canyon. And they're lining cars up on Camus Canyon, and where they're workers and things. I have no problems with it's all the traffic is what I have a problem with, and the people coming into the area that all of a sudden there's just cars continuously, day, night, whenever, you know. You go around the corner, there's kids sitting on top of a plastic play roof thing. You know, I mean, it's you know, it's just not right. You know, we know the people that sold the house, and I know that they had 5 offers at the time that it was purchased, and they were just going to take. They were all good offers. They were just going to take whichever one. And so the day that it sold, they started remodeling immediately. As soon as the remodeling was done, the cars started coming. You know, the kids started being dropped off. And I think that's probably all I have to say is I'm totally against it. I believe that they should have gotten their licensing and everything under control in the right area, and this isn't it.
Thank you so much. Yes, please come. State your name for the record.
Sure. Hi there. My name is Sandra Kinney, Kinne. I live at 724 Anacapri Street, 89138. I live in Summerlin, am a school leader near the Springs Preserve, and drive an extra 45 minutes each day to Minion Ranch and Centennial Hills.
Could you go a little slower so
Sorry,
we can
yes.
understand you?
Sorry.
Don't be nervous.
I live in Summerlin, am a school leader near the Springs Preserve, and drive an extra 45 minutes each day to Minion Ranch and Centennial Hills because of the community care and small student size at Shannon's in-home daycare. I have 2 children aged 3 and 4 who attend the daycare on Grand Guinness with Shannon, who I first met through friends in the foster care community. Shannon is also a former foster parent and understands the unique needs of children who have been in care. She provides a safe space for all children, including those who are neurodivergent. She has fewer than 10 students at any time, mostly under 5. She provides structure, playtime, and even pre-K instruction. Minion Ranch is exactly the type of daycare every child should have. Further, because of the needs of her son Brendan and his in-home care, my 2 younger children have developed more empathy and compassion for others than they would in a traditional daycare. My youngest talks about Brendan all the time and takes care of her baby dolls just as she sees Shannon and Brendan's nurses care for him. In Las Vegas, this community and safe space is critical and needed. Recent news articles and studies have reported the following. Nevada ranks 4th for least affordable daycare. The Children's Advocacy Alliance calls Nevada a daycare desert. In 2024, the Lindsay Institute at UNLV released a policy brief that found that the Las Vegas metropolitan region is short more than 46,000 direct care workers, including daycare workers. This same report found that the cost of child care as a percentage of income is already higher in Las Vegas than anywhere else in the country, nearly 20%. There is a need in this region for daycare facilities, and an in-home daycare is far more nurturing for children. Minion Ranch is a fully licensed daycare. Shannon and her team have met all of the requirements to operate an in-home daycare. She is also licensed through the state's subsidy program, previously known as Urban League. Her daycare allows for those of us who have fostered and adopted to have our children in a small, in-home daycare with other children who have experienced trauma and who are supported. Given the prior statements, I'll say that this is very much a NIMBY issue. Literally, it's a not in my backyard issue, or in this case, my cul-de-sac. The neighbors are literally complaining about joyful playtime in the backyard. One of the neighbors constantly takes pictures of my children because they are playing during allotted hours. The neighbors complained about traffic. Code enforcement came out and they told on themselves. They cited them neighbors that complained for their own violations, including a tractor in the front yard. That has nothing to do with a parking request. This parking variance would not drastically impact the parking situation on Grand Guinness. It would simply formalize parking and designate spots specifically for special use and would support a daycare, a much-needed resource in this Las Vegas community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Allison O'Connor Lambert. I'm glad that I could do both, watch my son get an award and help my daycare. Kyle discriminating against my special needs son when he said in this meeting just now that special needs children belong in a commercial building was horrible.
Excuse me, sir. Please don't interrupt. No one interrupted you.
I've been a foster parent for 14 years now. I've brought many children home, many children that aren't able to go into traditional foster care, daycare because of the trauma and the things that they have seen. Shannon helps our kids and she takes care of our children. Having a clean, safe, and trusting child care for my son is important as a single full-time working mom. I know Shannon through foster care community. She has taken care of my 3.5-year-old son for 2.5 years now. Shannon and Andy take care of my son as if he was their own. And he loves being at their house. She is not just a child care. She is a mothering figure to my son and other children. He is safe, thriving, and better than he could be anywhere else. Having Brendan at home with Shannon and his family is best for him and his health care. Shannon does not just run a business. She opens her home, her heart to our kids and our family. Shannon is a hardworking mother, works just as hard as all of us. However, she works within her home. We get to go outside, and you know what? I bet you anything I get more breaks in my school district job than Shannon does at hers. Daily, she works to watch our child, raise her own young daughter, and takes care of her son, who has very special medical needs. Just as any of the neighbors in that neighborhood, I'm sure that they would not want to put their loved one in a care facility. They would take care of them at home. We should be applauding her for her hard work, her integrity, and her dedication to family and to the children she has in her home, not dragging her through this stress. Neighbors should be looking out for each other and not destroying families.
Thank you so much. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Christine Joseph, and good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Christine Joseph, and I am the parent of a child who attends the licensed home daycare at Minion Ranch. I am here today to respectfully ask that you allow this legally operating business to remain open. This daycare is not just a convenience for my family. It is an essential part of our daily lives. As working parents, reliable childcare is what allows us to maintain employment, support our households, and contribute to the local economy. Without it, we would face significant hardship. This business is fully licensed and complies with state regulations. It has met safety standards, inspections, and training requirements. It operates within the law, closing a compliant, legally operating small business, sends a concerning message to families who depend on regulated child care providers. Beyond legality, I want to speak about impact. My child has built relationships here. They feel safe, they are learning, they are thriving in a stable, nurturing environment. Disrupting that stability affects children in very real emotional and developmental ways. Childcare is not interchangeable. It is relational and deeply personal. Home care daycares also serve as an important role in our community. They provide smaller group settings, individualized care, and flexible options that many working families rely on. In that time when childcare shortages are already a challenge, reducing available licensed providers only makes it harder for families like mine. I respectfully ask that you consider the broader impact on working families and on the children whose routines and sense of security would be disrupted. This daycare is operating legally and responsibly. It deserves the opportunity to continue serving our community. Thank you for your time and considering the families who depend on this small but vital business.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Before you introduce yourself, Mayor Pro Tem would like to say something.
Okay.
I just want to point out, we have two people who submitted cards. I just want to make sure they have a chance. It's Shada McGaffey and Brenda Osborne.
I'm Brenda.
Okay.
That's Osborne, O-S-B-O-R-N-E, kind of like Ozzy. I am one of the staff that someone had mentioned earlier. One thing that I'd like to touch on is somebody said Shannon's vehicle, Shannon's car. It's not Shannon's car. It's this young man's car right here. This is Brendan. This is Shannon's son. The only staff that comes and goes comes for this guy, because that daycare is run by Shannon and his sister. So no other cars are coming and going. The children are dropped off in the morning. I am there 12 hours a day. They are dropped off in the morning. They are picked up at night. The driveway is clean and clear, except for when we have to back in at an angle is because his ramp shoots out the back end. So that I wanted to kind of touch on first. Someone had mentioned about parking on the side street there. We as the nurses that are with him 24/7, because this kid needs eyes on him 24/7, do park on a side street. We do not park on Grand Guinness. We do not park in the cul-de-sac. We do not park in the driveway. We park down the street. This young man has been put into a predicament due to no fault of his own. And it was stated in a previous meeting about there's nurses coming and going 24/7. This is why. This guy right here. The thing about Shannon's daycare is she deals with children who also have been put into a precarious position due to no fault of their own. The practicum that they follow, the educational program that they follow is very structured. It's every month it's rotating. Right now, I'm a big science geek. So right now we're studying science. And to watch these kids learn the things that they're learning at such a young age is amazing. So for them to lose that and for this community to lose that would be a travesty. I have spent my entire nursing career doing community health. I have worked with neurosciences, psych patients, I've been in corrections, drug and alcohol treatment, and now I get the pleasure of working with this kid in this house, and I tell this kid every day, he saved me. And that's what she does. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council? Seeing no one, are there any questions or comments from city council members? Chandra? I'm sorry, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I think I understand, but I could use some help from staff. This is a facility licensed by the state, but they're coming to us for a land use issue. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so the particular use, the group home has a requirement for the additional staff that increases the parking requirement. The property doesn't meet that, and therefore the use permit is also required in this particular zoning district for the group home.
Thank you. Just one other point of clarification, because I think we are seeing this more and more, and I think this is an issue that really needs to be addressed, and that is that licensure from the state is happening before special use permits for land use are being issued. Is that what happened here?
I'll have to check on the date of the licensure, but that is part of a larger concern that we're looking at currently for group homes, community residences, as well as other similar uses that are licensed by the state. So have that coordination so that one is not before the other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a question, because my understanding is that if this were to be denied today, or if we were to vote not to approve it, we're not closing the child care facility. Before us, if we were to approve it, would just allow the current home-based care center to now accept up to 12 kids. Is my understanding correct?
So I'm going to unpack that a little bit through you, Madam Mayor. So the state licensure should require local jurisdiction approval prior to the state issuing the license. Now, for the number of children, it's a permitted use up to 6. The additional number of children for a group home going up to 12 would require the use permit. So if the application was denied, they would be limited to the number of children to 6 per the zoning ordinance, and then the state licensure would have to reflect that as well.
Correct. So I want to be clear that if this does not pass today, the child care center can remain open. We're not closing a child care center. Before us today is the decision whether we should approve this, which would then allow the child care center to care for up to 12 kids, because then it would be granted the group home designation, correct?
We'd be limiting the number of children at the location.
To up to 12.
Up to 12 with
Correct.
the approval of the use permit, correct.
Correct. And based on the planning, I just want to also, so my next question is for you, Shannon. You, at the Planning Commission, you stated currently you're caring for 6, but then you said you have 8 because 2 are at school. So can you clarify how many kids currently are on the roster?
So I have 8 kids on the roster. One is a part-time child. She comes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then the other one is in preschool. She goes to Child Find. I do have an older child that comes before and after school. He is my best friend's grandson, so he would be coming no matter what. He is one of the ones that takes the bus. So he's not technically part of the child care. I don't get paid for him. He just comes because I'm helping out my friend.
Okay. So everything's kosher with the state and our current zoning for your property?
Yes.
Okay. So I completely agree that we need childcare. I've actually advocated for the expansion of home-based childcare, so I thank you for what you're doing in the community, and there is a real need. And again, just to be clear, if this does not pass today, your child care center can remain open, and we're not taking child care or access to child care away from everyone. In addition to, since the Planning Commission, I have heard that some of the planning issue or the traffic issues have gotten better, so thank you for that. I know our own team member has gone out a couple of times at different points of the day to kind of check on the parking, so thank you for all of your efforts to help. My concern is that I have received videos from some of the neighbors and had conversations with them, and to Kyle's point, the videos show some very unprofessional interactions between your staff and the neighbors. And so I am concerned that, quite frankly, we just haven't been good neighbors up to this point. And so my concern is with the traffic and the fact that you're there and you haven't been a great neighbor, some of the staff. I'm concerned about approving this and allowing you to then almost double the number of kids that you have in the care and adding to the traffic. And so I am going to make a motion to deny the request to turn this into a group home where you can increase the care, but again, you can continue caring for the 6 kids that you have. If this does not pass, you can come back with another application in a year. And if that happens, I would strongly encourage you and all of your team members to to work on being part of the community and being a good neighbor. The parking is a great first step, but just having interactions with the other neighbors, that are professional and courteous, I think can go a long way. So I look forward to.
Can I actually address that? Because I know who you're talking about, and I know which person that was working for me that day. I understand, and she was completely unprofessional, and she no longer cares for any of the children. She's actually my nephew's mom, and it was young and reacted inappropriately. However, the person that was videotaping was not saying nice things before she started videotaping. And she says not nice things all the time. And she goes out there, pounds pans, and mocks the children. And she's thrown away stuff that's actually accidentally gone over the fence. And she actually scares my 12-year-old child, who is the one that sits on the top of the thing. And that's a whole different issue. But my 12-year-old's scared to go in the backyard by herself because of her. And she won't go out after 5 because now she thinks that she's not allowed to play in her own backyard and that this is her house too. So I totally understand. And we did, after that whole incident, me and my daughters made goodie bags for the kids. We tried to introduce ourselves to everybody. We got really well received by a few of the people. Unfortunately, I was told by another neighbor that she just doesn't care for anybody, period. So I'm not sure what else I can do. I've told my daughter to just, if she comes out there, don't say anything mean. You just be respectful and kind. We don't know what her trauma is and what's going on in her life, but, we're just going to live our lives. And if you see her, you just hi, and that's pretty much it. If she says anything mean, then you can come in the house and ignore her. We are trying. I have nothing against any of my neighbors. I moved there wanting to be part of this community. I like that it's on a cul-de-sac. Like they've said, I was a foster parent. I ran a group home in California. I mean, this is my whole life. And unfortunately, I can't get a job because of the car accident that happened to my son. So this is my sole source of income. I'm not sure if having less than kids than I have now is going to be able to support us, but I mean.
So again, I thank you. I agree. You're providing a great resource for the community. I do think that the child care centers do have to take into account the area in which they're operating and that it be harmonious and compatible, and setting aside that one instance or that one particular staff member, she's no longer there. I think we've heard from the other neighbors too that they're already feeling sort of the impact of an additional 6 families and buses. And so my concern is, should we grant this, then you would be able to care for 12. And I'm not sure whether the infrastructure in the community can support that additional traffic, because to your point, it is sort of situated on 2 cul-de-sacs, in fact. And so I would have great reservation supporting that without a current plan that seems to have addressed some of the concerns of the neighbors. I guess we have two options. If I were to make a motion to deny, and I don't know how my other council members will vote, you could come back in a year. We could also obey it, and then I would ask you, and I'm happy to join you, to meet with the neighbors, and potentially we could work out a plan and sort of almost do an official trial run, not changing how many kids you can care for, but at least meeting with the neighbors and working out a plan that could address some of their traffic concerns. But again, in its current form, I do have serious reservations about expanding the number of kids that you can care for with all of the traffic. So what would you like to do?
I would like to meet with all the neighbors and try to, I don't want animosity. I want to be able to walk outside and, I've waved to a couple of them and they just ignore me. I don't like that. I like to be friends with everybody.
Okay. So then I'll make a motion to obey this. We'll work with the neighbors. We'll bring food. Food makes things better. And if we can obey it because I'd like to actually sort of maybe unofficially work out some traffic issues, maybe with the neighbors. So can we abate it for a couple of months at least?
I'll defer to Jeff, but I think we can obey that for 60 days. I'll have to check and see what that meeting is in April.
Can we do 90, or do we have to do 60?
Do we need that much?
You're concerned about the renoticing, Seth? Or-
Yeah, at a certain point, I'm just wondering if we would want to table it.
I
or-
would recommend, Councilwoman, let's do the 60, because then even if you need another month, we at least put the item on the agenda and we can possibly hold it in abeyance again. Let's do 60.
I agree. So what is your motion?
Motion to obey item number 25-0459 for A and B for 60 days, please.
And that would be the April 15th meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. I look forward to having some very productive conversations.
Thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you
time.
very much. Agenda item 39, 25-0460 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.15 acres at 5616 Alta Drive, R1, Single Family Residential Zone. 39A, 25-0460-VAR1 to allow 2 parking spaces where 4 are required. 39B, 25-0460-SUP1 for a proposed individual care group home use. The applicant owner is Care Access NV1 LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. They are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yeah, for you. Did you want to talk for this item or last?
Yeah, on this item, yeah.
This item? Yeah. Go ahead to the mic.
All right. Welcome, and please state your name.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sade McAfee, and I represent CARE Nevada, the public-private partnership committed to increasing high-quality licensed child care in Clark County. CARE owns the property located at 5616 Alta Drive and manages the program's partnership that matches high-quality, experienced child care providers with homes that have enough space to obtain a group child care license. In addition to providing the space for these entrepreneurs to build their businesses, CARE connects them with specific businesses and child care support to help build and stabilize their businesses. CARE tenants in CARE Nevada homes are required to obtain their group child care license and run a high-quality child care program that serves people in their community. In order to become licensed, their homes must pass a health inspection, a state fire marshal fire code inspection, and a state of Nevada licensing inspection. Prior to that licensing, we also recognize that the properties require a special use permit in order to care for more than 6 children. We are respectfully requesting the approval of a special use permit and parking variance for the property in advance of a child care provider moving in and applying for their child care license with the states. We have no objections to the conditions placed on the special use permit by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. So similar to the previous item, staff is unable to support the project due to the subject site's inability to meet the minimum parking requirements and therefore recommends denial of both applications. As indicated by the applicant, there were additional conditions similar to what I read in on the previous item regarding what was put on by Planning Commission, the age of the children, drop-off, as well as parking off-site. And as the council deliberates, if there's any additional conditions, I'll be prepared to add those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody here that wishes to address the council on this particular item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. We're getting to that. Are there any questions or comments from the members of the council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I apologize. I sent legal counsel to speak to you because I thought you were with the other group, but now I understand that you're with an organization.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what Care Access Nevada, what do you all do? Are you an advocacy organization? How do you fit into what we're seeing here today?
One second for me, sorry.
I mean, I want you to be extemporaneous. Just kind of tell us what you do.
Tell us what you do.
So we essentially, well, what I do is I go out and find homes for the use of childcare facilities. What we then do is go ahead and renovate those homes to meet the licensing requirements by the state. And then from there, we work with the state partners in order to find child providers in order to put in those homes.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, so in essence, your organization is trying to help small businesses, folks who want to get in the child care arena, to do it the right way.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this house here on Alta, do you have your state licensure already? And have they started business there already, or are they following what I would consider the proper steps, which is to make sure that you have a special use permit in place before you open your doors or start any renovations?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Currently, this home is unoccupied by a provider.
Okay, you spoke. Okay, very good. All right. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're just trying to connect the dots because sometimes the state is doing things in a silo and doesn't bring the city along to be there every step of the way, where we should be on the front end of the licensure or the development of more childcare offerings. Because we are so intimately local, and we're going to hear from the neighbors if they agree or disagree with the use of that business or the childcare providing offering in this case. So some of us are confused about Care Access Nevada. I think have a understanding because I've been to the Children's Cabinet, and I know there's a special place where they offer trainings for folks looking to want to formalize their business. Is this more through that Children's Cabinet concept that you all get the trainings and basically get shown how to do the process correctly? But I think the one step that we need to make clearer to them is to do the city part on the front end versus doing it on the back end, if that makes sense. But if you could just clarify for me, how does someone in your shoes or in the other lady's shoes who want to bring these offerings to the community, how do they get that ball rolling, and who's helping offer that support and training?
I wish I had a better answer for you guys, but I'm on the construction side, not operations. But what I can say is that we work with amazing partners here in the city in order to make sure that we're meeting the requirements that we need to for all of the homes. So.
Okay, so I guess we're going to have to continue to dig to get to the root so that we can fix it, because I think we need to have the community meetings and convenings and conversations with the neighbors, making them aware and understanding what's coming. And that's not happening on the front end. It seems like a lot of it is happening on the back end. And it's not just childcare sometimes, it's other types of group homes. And then there's already an existing group home, and then the state blesses another one. But unbeknownst to us, it violates our codes on our books because they can't be within a certain distance. And it pains my heart to then have to tell the second group home that invested 50, 60, 100,000 K into remodeling a home that it's not going to be okay because the neighbors have an issue with having an additional offering, if that makes sense. So whoever you intersect with at the state level, if you can help us communicate, articulate, and establish a connection to us, because I think we need to be rowing in the same direction. And right now it seems like we're not rowing, and it feels like we're landing at a time and a place when it's more cumbersome and difficult for us to navigate. So I appreciate hopefully we can get some clarity.
Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm gonna roundabout get back to your item, but real quick. So this is in direct correlation to some of the work that the Community Development Department has been working on related to our interaction with the state. And Ms. Summers Armstrong, Councilwoman, I think you hit the nail head on perfectly, because there is a huge disconnect, and we see it all the time now, especially in Ward 1. It's exponentially higher in Ward 1 than I think we see in other areas of the city right now. But this is just another example. So my conversation with Care Access was that they are a partner with the state, I believe in Workforce Connections, but I'm kind of confused right now around that. Children's Cabinet, yeah, but it was based on report done by the state that there's a severe lack of access to child care facilities, and the cheapest, most efficient way to get us more child care facilities is to provide in-home child care, which there is a child care desert within Ward 1, but I'm going to guess throughout the entire state, it's everywhere. Everyone has issues with access to child care. And so within the child care desert, the state identified a path of working with groups who buy homes and start businesses there in the hopes that the business owner, the child care facility owner, will eventually get that house as part of the deal. So they're providing child care and they get home equity on the back end. Sounds like a great plan, but I think there is a disconnect between how it's being rolled out and what the rules are at the city. Mr. Jansen, I think that is something we have got to figure that out, because it's getting really kind of frustrating for Ward 1. Anyway, I'm guessing it is for several of us. And I don't know what the right answer is, because we need childcare. We also need parking spaces for people to pull in, and neighbors need to be happy. So all those things still have to happen. But now I'm going to get back to your item, so I apologize. But I don't know how else to talk about that except to say it's a bigger issue than I think we all realize. So with regards to item number 39, here are the things that I'm most concerned about, and we talked about this on the phone, is Alta is an incredibly busy street. So I'm not going to have neighbors coming out saying it's causing them problems, because it's not that kind of neighborhood. But I do know that street very well, so I'm very concerned about the kids who are going to be dropped off, and for the families who are dropping off there, because it's just a busy street. I'm also concerned about, at some point, it converting into a business. I'm glad the map is up, because along Jones, which is just up this street there, all of those houses, most of them have been converted into businesses. And so it's really taking away the character of the neighborhood, but it's also making it incredibly dangerous. And Jones right now is an incredibly busy street with lots of accidents happening. I drive there every day and have to pass an accident at least once or twice a week. So I'm mostly concerned about the children. So I would advocate for Care Access to work more closely with the city on where they pick their locations, because I'm willing to bet we can probably provide some guidance on where locations will be better for in-home child care facilities in a safer environment where maybe we're not upsetting neighbors at the same time. That all being said, the things that I'm worried about are that converting to a business. And so I know, Mr. Lowenstein, if you can help me with it may not be needed, but I still want to put it out there, a condition around what the front yard could look like, because I would like it to stay a residence.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, yes, one condition could be the front yard driveway of the subject site shall remain in its current configuration and shall not be expanded while the special use permit is valid.
Go ahead. So do you agree to that condition, which just means it stays a residence, it's always going to be a residence? I'm not in support of turning it into anything else. I don't believe that's your intention, but I also just want to make sure.
Yes, we will comply with that.
Okay. The second condition, if it's appropriate, I realize there's short resources within community development, but if it's possible to do an administrative review with a specific look at any metro code enforcement issues within this property. And I'm specifically going to be looking for if there are any injuries, car accidents, kids being hit. I'm very concerned about that. And so the administrative review could include a review of all of the enforcement activities around that particular site, if that's okay.
So through you, Madam Mayor, that would read, an administrative required review shall be conducted in 1 year, if that's adequate, from the date of final approval for calls for service?
Yes. So if you're okay with that condition, which is after a year, if I see there are other metro issues, Metropolitan Police Department issues related to anything, traffic, accidents, anything like that, then I would pull the the variance and the special use permit back, and I would revoke them. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. I
Okay.
comply with that.
So with all that being on the record, and hopefully we can come to some clarity within the city and the state and all the other things going on, my motion would be to approve with the conditions stated by Peter, which includes the front yard, staying a front yard, and then the administrative review with a review of calls for service after 1 year. That's my motion.
All right. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 40. 25-0504 for the following land use entitlement project requests on 2.20 acres at 5924 West Lone Mountain Road, 40A, 25-0504-GPA1 from R Rural Density Residential to SC Service Commercial, 40B, 25-0504-ZON1 from RE Residential Estates to C1 Limited Commercial, 40C, 25-0504-SUP1 for proposed building and landscape material lumber yard use, 40D, 25-0504 SDR1 for a proposed conversion of an existing 2,583 square foot single-family dwelling to a building and landscape materials yard development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is McClune Living Trust. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Mayor. Good morning, City Council. I'm Mark McClune, and this is my wife, Christine McClune, and I would like for her to tell you a little bit about our project.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm a native Las Vegan, and you are a legend.
Thank you on both counts.
Yes. So we are, Mark and Christine, we're the owners of Living Water Lawn and Garden. We are a residential masonry and landscape contractor servicing exclusively the residential market. We would like to convert this house to commercial in order to use it as a showroom, to bring clients in, to bring the public in. We want to create a botanical garden. The backyard would be an extension of the front yard, educating the public on water smart practices, and just for homeowners to see how beautiful a landscape could be in their property.
Thank you so much. The legend would like to get a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. The staff report will be legendary as well. Mayor, the applicant has proposed to convert the existing single-family dwelling into a building and landscape material lumberyard development. Staff finds the requested general plan amendment and rezoning are appropriate to be located on Lone Mountain Road, the Lone Mountain Road frontage, which is designed to carry a high volume of traffic at high speeds. Staff therefore supports the requested landscape waiver and exception, as they will have minimal negative impact on the surrounding properties, and therefore staff recommends approval of all applications subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearings. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Yes, Ms. Kelly.
Yes, I'll move to approve this item.
Oh, thank you so much. Shall we vote on the item?
Madam Mayor, I want to just share I'm going to be recusing on this item, please. Let
Thank
the
you,
record
sir.
show.
And forgive me for not acknowledging you first. I had heard that. Okay. And that is why.
Before we vote, Mayor, if I might, Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney, my fault as well. We knew Councilwoman needed to make that disclosure, but Councilwoman will need a reason with the disclosure, and you will be recusing from the vote, as you mentioned.
Will you explain what? Will
I
you
have
explain?
a conflict.
Okay.
Which is what?
Yeah.
Last year, I actually contracted with the applicant to work on my backyard.
Thank you.
Okay. How did it work out?
Well, it's beautiful. Well, let's take the vote, and then I'm going to actually offer a couple of comments.
All right. And Ms. Kelly, you have already made the motion? All right. Shall we vote? Please post.
Sorry, I abstained.
Oh, okay. Please vote. Motion carries. Congratulations.
All right.
Well, and I just wanted to share, I, for years, drove by the front and never knew it was a business because it looks like a home, as you saw from the pictures. And then Maddie and I went out maybe a year and a half ago to do one of our business highlights with the Living Water, and we're just amazed by, because you kind of have a showroom now, and so when we were looking to do our backyard, we reached out. But you've done such a great job creating jobs here, and it's beautiful. And so thank you for doing business in Ward 6, and we look forward to the continued growth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I can add, thank you for educating our folks that water smart landscaping can be beautiful. Because
Yes.
from what I
Yes.
see,
Yes.
and so many times we hear it can't, but you're saying, yes, it can be. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Agenda item 41, 25-0527-VAR1, variance, applicant owner James R. McClary and Nicole N. Springs McClary for a possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed patio cover that does not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks and height on 0.15 acres at 10435 Irish Cliffs Court, RD, Single Family Residential Restricted Zone, Ward 4, Miss Allen Polensky. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, hi. I'm James McClary. I'm the owner of the house. And what I want to do is put a shade structure on the side of my house because the sun has beaten up the side of my yard terribly. And the shade structure will help shade it. And I need it big enough to hold a RV that I would like to put in there.
Oh, I see. Okay. May I have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to construct an RV cover that does not meet Title 19 setback and height requirements. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Ms. Allen Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. McClary, thank you for coming today. You and I have not spoke prior to this.
No.
And while I've talked to my staff about your item independently, I told them as long as the neighbors adjacent sign off, that I would not have a problem with it. And I want to be as intellectually honest as possible. I have approved something very similar in a neighborhood adjacent. I understand that our lifestyle in Ward 4 encompasses RVs, and I don't want to hinder that. But my only concern is that you moved in where neighbors were already there and they didn't have to see it. And if they object to it, then they should have an opportunity to say so.
Sure.
Unfortunately, you and I are only speaking here for the first time, and I wasn't never given an opportunity to articulate that to you. I would have more comfort level if you went to your neighbors, that's to the right, to the left, across the street, all probably 5, and got them to sign a piece of paper saying, I don't object to what Mr. McClary is doing, I have RV parking too, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
And then pass it at that point. But for anyone listening in the world, if you have application, please come to your respective council person and talk to them in advance so that we can communicate these things to one another.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I am definitely comfortable with that. And this is the picture of the one that's in the neighborhood next.
Yes,
I'm
okay.
trying to copy that one.
That may be the one, I'm not sure. I don't recognize the name, street name per se. But like I said, I don't object to them in philosophy, but I do want a comfort level that your neighbors won't object.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, and I'm even willing, I don't know if we're allowed, can we make this even 2 weeks so he doesn't have to wait a full 30 days? I don't want to hold back progress, but I want the neighbors to have an opportunity to express their will as well.
Yeah, Councilman, I think because this won't require revised plans that we would have to review, I think we can do that in 2 weeks, which would be March 4th.
Mr. McCleary, can you talk to your neighbors within 10 days or how many?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks?
Yes, March 4th. Okay, yes.
Okay, that's the date then. Here, March 4th.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, can you give some guidance of exactly what you're is it a petition? Is it, what would you like him to come back with?
We've done this in the past normally. It's a piece of paper saying that I support Mr. James McCleary's application number 25-0527, variance 1, to allow him to put up a, yes, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, one question I had, I did have a sign in my front yard since.
Of course.
For like 2 months or so. that
Yes,
said that
legally required.
They could come in and say anything if they wanted to.
Sure, and you have no neighbors here, and I
Yeah.
acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. But since I made the previous RV applicant do the same thing, I'm just going to be consistent.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, perfect. No problem.
And I'm comfortable with 2 weeks. Any piece of paper, doesn't have to be fancy, doesn't have to be computer written, can be handwritten, just with the signatures of your adjacent neighbors.
Okay,
Next
perfect.
door, right, left, and across the street.
All right, yes.
Okay. Thank you for your
Would
accommodating.
you care to make a motion?
Motion to obey until the next meeting, March 4th.
For the purpose of?
For the purpose of having a written documentation that his neighbors are in support.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries, and we'll see you here in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Agenda item 42, 25-0543-SUP1, special use permit applicant Ariane Pineda? I'm sorry? Say that, will you say that name? Because we don't want to insult anybody.
It is correct, Madam Mayor.
Yes. I am sorry, I'm the worst.
Oh, trust me, a lot of people doesn't
You're a
even have
legend.
to pronounce.
Excellent. Okay, the legend is embarrassed. For possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed community residence, including family community residence and transitional community residence use at 5933 Perfect View Street, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 6, Ms. Bruni. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. I see that the applicant is present. Would you tell us about your project?
Yes, just for the record, Ariane Pineda, and I'm the applicant for today. So I just want to clarify with everyone what the plan is, because per the special use permit, when they even posted
I'm
it.
sorry, can you speak a little more into the microphone,
sorry.
please? Thank you.
All right, there you go. So I just wanted to explain what the project is gonna be because it's not up yet. So we're applying for the specialty use permit. So this is gonna be a residential home where individual, aged and infirm will be provided with food assistance, meaning to say cooking for them, doing laundry and things like that. So apparently in Nevada, and I just feel like nationwide, there's been a shortage of places where our aged and infirm can actually stay in their house and enjoy the rest of their lives there without being placed in a nursing home. So just between 2010 to 2023, there's actually been 47% increase just in Nevada alone of people with disability that's having trouble finding housing in general. So what the plan is for to have a home, not a nursing home, not a rehabilitation, if I have somebody with a disabled parent or a brother or whoever it is, a friend or family member, that you want it to be taken care of in a house rather than a nursing facility. That's who we're gonna be. So it will be supervised by a residential administrator licensed by state of Nevada. We will have 2 caregivers present in the morning and 1 at night to have the disabled and elderly to have somebody 24/7. And apparently this is actually highly watched by the state. We will get visits from the state at least once a month to make sure that our disabled and elderly population are well taken care of. And that's what we wanted to provide, aging in place.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The proposed community residence will not alter the residential character of the neighborhood and would remain consistent with the scale and architectural character of the neighborhood. Subject property does not have direct access to the existing nearby community residence and is in a different residential subdivision. Therefore, staff supports the special use permit request. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Okay, in that case, Ms. Rooney.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Pineda, how many people can you care for?
So
What's the
under,
maximum?
Yes, thank you for that question. So under NRS 449, which is under the HCQC, the Healthcare Bureau, we can only have residents up to 10 because after that it will be like the nursing facilities and things like that. And last Planning Commission, I think it was placed under like we can only do 65 and up, but the NRS 449 actually, and like the American Disability Act, I think it's gonna be against the law for me to actually discriminate by age. So I humbly request the council to review that.
You're humbly requesting the council to do what?
Because last Planning Commission, I think they did put a comment that I should only be able to take 65-year-old and up, but that's gonna be against the law because I cannot discriminate by age, especially for people with disability.
Okay, and then can I just ask for some clarification? This has been very helpful because we did get some protest cards, but I think the title, Transitional Community Residence, a lot of folks thought it was a drug rehab.
Correct, and I actually clarified that with a lot of neighbors, which actually presented in the Planning Commission. That's what I said, it's a little bit, for them. So I spoke to some neighbors, and some of them actually went inside the house because we're painting and stuff like that.
Okay.
They were like, oh, when we saw it, we thought it's an alcohol rehab, halfway house, and things like that, which I clarified last Planning Commission. It's gonna be a residential home, it's not gonna be an alcohol rehab, it's not anything else. And there was a concern, I understand, oh, what if you sell it in the future? Well, then they would have to present in front of you again. So it cannot be passed on to anybody, and then they're just gonna randomly convert it to to something else. And I understand the community. I've been there. I've seen like my neighbors and things like that. It's an older community, so they're very tight. Last November they're handing popcorns and candies and things like that. So I understand the concern, but I guaranteed them, no, this is basically just a residential. We're not gonna do rezoning or anything like that. It's gonna remain as is.
Okay, and then of the 10 people that you can care for, what percentage will this be seniors or truly kind of targeted towards individuals with different abilities? What's the population that you're targeting?
Under the NRS 449, there's two different categories. So you can have somebody ambulatory, meaning to say walking and things like that, but they might not have a family member at home that's with them 24/7, and they don't feel safe at home, so they could be there. Category two would be like if you are wheelchair bound or if you need assistance getting up, going to the toilet and things like that. So they have two different categories, and under licensing, you have an option to pick either just doing category 1 or category 2. With our plan, which I submitted to the city, we are planning to apply for licensing for both. That's why we're also gonna do upgrade with our fire sprinkler, make sure that everything is safe.
Perfect, thank you. With that explanation, I'm happy to make a motion to approve item 25-0543.
Thank you so much. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Agenda item 43, 25-0551 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 11.85 acres on the west side of Chambler, a road south of West Sky Canyon Park Drive, TD Traditional Development Zone, School Sky Canyon Special Land Use Designation. 43A, 25-0551-SDR1 for a proposed two-story, 114,995 square foot primary school. 43B 25-0551-MSP1 for proposed signage in conjunction with a public institution, a school. Applicant owner is Clark County School District. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Would you care to state your name and tell us about your project?
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Chris Dingle, 1180 Military Tribute. I'm with the Clark County School District. This is a request for a new elementary school on Schaumburg and Sky Canyon Park Drive. It is a 2015 bond project. It is scheduled to be open for the 2027-28 school year. It will provide relief for the elementary schools in the area and will also accommodate existing growth that is happening in the area. I'm going to turn it over to the architect, Mr. John Lopman, and he's going to give a brief presentation of the site plan, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Welcome, and state your name for the record.
John Lopman, 8985 Southeastern. This is a prototype building for the school district. We've built a couple of them in the Las Vegas area. Hancock and Smith is under construction right now, so it's very similar to those buildings, except it's a little bigger. This is for 850 students. A little bigger site, a little bigger building. Oops. This building, the site has some challenges. It's got 40 feet of fall across it from Sheep Mountain up here, and it's 40 feet lower down here on Schaumburg. So that kind of affected the layout a little bit. We only have access to Schaumburg, though. So we have a bus loop that comes off of Schaumburg and has from Sky Canyon Park Drive, you can drive the bus through here. Bus drop-off is here. The automobile access is from Schaumburg on the south side, and it works its way up around, drop off along the building here, and then exit out on the very south end of the parcel. It's got all the standard school district amenities on the site, a big play field, play equipment, and a separate kindergarten/pre-K playground.
Thank you so much. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor Seth Floyd for the record. The applicant has proposed a new 1- and 2-story elementary school within the Sky Canyon Master Plan community on a site classified as school of the Sky Canyon Master Land Use Plan. 63 classrooms are proposed. Staff finds the development compatible with surrounding development as well as the associated master sign plan, providing a unified sign design for the school while maintaining compatibility with adjacent residential development and conforming to residential protection standards. As such, staff recommends approval, and I'll turn it over to Public Works just to clarify one of the conditions.
All righty.
Lucian Pyatt for the record. This was submitted after publishing, which we'd like to revise condition number 6 of the site development review 43A to read as follows. Dedicated right turn lane on Schaumburg Road for the main entrance to the school prior to the issuance of off-site permits for this site. Construct the right turn lane concurrent with on-site development.
Do you accept that?
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? What are you saying? Yes, Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for indulging me. I always have my former educator hat on, so I'm always thinking about how the building is conducive to the daily business of all the children that are dropped off and all the children that have to go home. So I don't know if I quite caught it. I did hear about the bus having its own route to be able to do the drop-off and the pickup at the end of the day, but where the parents will be dropping off their children in a safe manner? Because what we see with the older schools, when we didn't build in a lane to kind of do the drop-off, it becomes chaotic, and we're doing U-turns where we shouldn't, and we're putting kids' life at risk. So I just kind of wanted to wrap my brain around where the parents would be kind of pulling, up to a curb and being able to drop off their children.
So this is the main entrance that parents will use right here. Parents coming from the north will make a right in, and we're constructing a left turn lane in the existing median right now. So there'll be access from the south also. So this is the main entrance. So it's a one-way drive all the way through here, and then this is the drop-off edge right here. So that's where the students will get out. You have a couple of choices when you reach the end of this. You can pull in and park and walk your child in, or you can drop them off at the drop-off and continue on out this lane over here. And we appreciate staff's input in this. We worked this out with staff. We have an extra lane here to keep it out of the parking, so we don't have the exit drive going through the parking lot. It's gonna got its own lane over here on the side, and they converge here at the end, and you make a right out only. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And then I know this side of town is pretty active. I've seen a lot of bike riders. Are bike racks going to be part also of
Yeah, we
the
have,
layout?
there's a bike rack cage here. It's made out of chain link, but the bikes go in the courtyard right here.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Anyone else before we call on Ms. Rooney? Ms. Rooney?
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to approve or make a motion to approve item 25-0551, A and B.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 44, 25-0592- on the following land use entitlement project request on 4.60 acres generally located on the east and west side of Harvey Mumford Street in between Washington Avenue and Bonanza Road, 44A, 25-0592-VAR1 to allow a 60-foot lot width where 100 feet is the minimum required, 44B, 25-0592-VAR2 to allow an 80-foot lot width where 100 feet is required, 44C, 25-0592-ZON1 from RE Residential Estates and C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial. The applicant owner is DFA LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
I am.
Would you care to tell us about your project?
Thank you. Mayor Berkeley, council members. I was here recently, and I have a tendency when I speak from my heart to kind of go down a rabbit hole, so I've prepared a statement for you to kind of bring us all up to speed. So to refresh your remembrance of these zoning changes, they are to achieve two things. One, these properties have been purchased over the past decades to facilitate the expansion and growth of our business.
Could you speak a little slower, please?
Sorry, Mayor. These zoning changes are to achieve two things. One, these properties have been purchased over the past decades to facilitate the expansion and growth of our business, Ahern Rentals. Two, Ahern Rentals was sold to United Rentals in December of 2022, and now is the time to clean up the zoning so it can be developed, and to bring uniformity and order to the assemblage of properties that are all over the board with a variety of different zoning designations. This land assemblage in question is in the middle of the spaghetti bowl, with MLK bordering the east, 95 Bonanza on the south, Washington on the north, and Rancho to the west. These are all well-established commercial corridors, so it makes no sense to me not to do this. Also, I believe this is the largest block of land that is adjacent to downtown Las Vegas, so the development should be something to benefit the city in a very positive light, something the city and Ward 5 could promote as a cornerstone for redevelopment and economic growth.
Oh, is that your statement?
That's my statement.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Yes, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. Sir, I'm not sure we had the chance to meet, and I didn't hear you say your name on the record.
Lloyd Benson.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So The last time we were here, I remember the Councilwoman Summers Armstrong asking for what the plan was for this particular area, and obviously there is one, because hearing you say that there is you've been working on the accumulation of this land over the last decade. So what is the plan for it?
So we believe, based on its location, this would be a perfect location for, could be an arena. We've been approached by different groups. These groups ultimately decided to build their arenas on the Strip rather than downtown. You all know who they are. So it's a possible location for an arena. The other possible opportunity that I think is out in the world, in something that we've been discussing, is for a medical area. I don't know if the medical district is expanded to the point where it's complete. I think that as the city grows, that the medical district would want to grow with it. And I think this location, based on its the central location in the city, would be a good area location for an expanded medical district, something that I think the area needs, number one. Number two, its accessibility is second to none, with it being in next to all of the freeways in Las Vegas. So we're kind of looking at that as an opportunity to expand the medical district.
So I assume then you've had conversations with Councilman Knutson, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong, and the staff about those ideas?
I have not. That's not up to me. That's up to Don Ahern. So he's asked me to kind of be mindful of putting this out into the public forum. So I have not talked about that.
Okay. And please forgive my ignorance, but your relationship to Mr. Ahern as it relates to this item is what?
So I'm an executive in the company.
Okay.
My main responsibility right now is to oversee the Bonanza campus, we call it.
Okay.
Well, I guess the corporate headquarters is in Henderson, what we call the Eastgate campus, where his manufacturing is.
Okay. Thank you. And I remember at the time of this hearing, one of the things that Councilwoman Summer Armstrong's talked about and mentioned, particularly when instead of having and this is how I recall it, so for what that's worth, instead of having a vote that may not have been positive for you, I believe the councilwoman withdrew or offered to have you withdraw the item so that you were not at risk of being precluded from doing anything with it for a year.
Right.
Yeah, and at that time, she had asked that that you work with her in her office. I know that she had many conversations, or she's talked about some of her concerns about the residents who are still living in the area on part of the parcel that's not the ones specifically under consideration, but adjacent to and related to in that area. Can you give me an update on how those conversations have gone?
So there's only 2 residents in that area. I've got letters from both of them. I'd like to read them if I may. Okay. One is Macon Jackson, and his letter states, I've written to the City Council already. Mr. Benson asked me to write another. I'm well aware of the intentions of Don and Lloyd to rezone the property surrounding my house. I've lived here my entire life. My parents built this house, and I have sentimental and emotional connections with the neighborhood. I understand that nothing in life is forever, and I understand progress will someday change the landscape of my world. I think the time is now. I would have sold my home to Don years ago, but he encouraged me to keep it, that it may be worth more when the area is ready to be redeveloped. Now, that's a true friend. Instead of him making a profit on my childhood home, he wants me to participate in the upside. I have no problem with the zoning change. I'm 100% in favor of it. James Gray, the other resident, Lloyd Benson asked me to write another letter about the rezoning around my house. I think it's a good thing. For years, I had people breaking into my place from the apartments behind my property. Since Lloyd tore them down a few years ago, I haven't had any problems. Lloyd is always around, knocks on my door to check on me. He's a good man. I've known Don Ahern a very long time, and I've done business with him. He is someone I trust and consider a good friend. I support him because he has always helped me. Those are the only two residents that are in the area, and they are in favor of the rezoning application.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Benson. I appreciate that. So when you sat down with the councilwoman to share that information, because I think you had referred to it, I don't know that you had the letters, but my memory could be. How did that discussion go?
With these, I haven't talked to her about the letters at all.
Oh, okay.
She wants to, what does she call it? The spot zoning. She's against spot zoning regardless of what the neighbors say.
What's spot zoning? I'm sorry.
So I had the same question. I don't know if...
Do we have an
I
official
don't know
term
if
for
the
spot
attorney wants
zoning,
to step
staff?
in here and explain that, or if Seth has something to say. But I have researched it myself, and
Does staff have anything they'd like to add to this to clarify what we're talking about?
Sure, Madam Mayor. Spot zoning is defined in Title 19. It is the rezoning of a lot or parcel of land to benefit an owner for an incompatible with surrounding land uses, and that does not further the general plan.
Okay, well, when I read the staff report and the analysis, it certainly sounds to me like what's happening here is spot zoning, without using that particular word. But I want to go back to Mr. Benson if I can. Have you had a meeting? Have you or someone representing at the executive level your company had a meeting subsequent to our last meeting with the councilwoman?
we had a meeting yesterday.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
I wasn't available. I was at a doctor appointment. Mac McKnight, who's my representative, had that meeting with the councilwoman.
And what were the results of that meeting?
I don't think there was any defining decision that came about that meeting. I think, I wish Mac was here, but I think they talked about spot zoning, and she still had the same issues that she did last time.
And last time, you mean during the
last city council
meeting? So you've not, how long has that been?
2 months.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Benson, I'm a little confused because I felt during that time, and I'm sure it's just being new here, but I felt during that time that the mayor and the councilwoman worked really hard to make sure that we were avoiding a vote which may have tied your hands, which I thought was a very gracious and courteous act. And I remember the councilwoman asking for you to meet with her in her office, and that she really she had a concern of what the plan was, what's the site plan. And it seems that you've done neither, that you...
There's no site plan.
Right, so there's not a site plan, and you did not meet with her.
And
why was that?
I don't remember her ever inviting me to her office.
Oh, she did very much, sir. I mean, I remember that clearly. It was part of this whole effort to, at least it felt to me, it was part of this whole effort, and I'm happy to have the councilwoman clarify, but it felt to me part of this whole effort to obey it, if that's the right term, if that's what the vote was.
Withdrawn.
Yeah, in order to have that conversation. And I bring that up because at this meeting today, and I know you've been sitting, waiting so patiently, and I certainly appreciate that, but almost every council person has thanked the applicant for the meetings. Councilwoman Alan Polensky thanked Mr. Johnson for coming in multiple times. Councilman Knutson, the conversations that he had with Care Access, and asked, furthermore, to work with the city on the location. I know that Councilwoman Bruni was complimenting the application for a portion of the effort and worked here again to obey it, so that I think I heard you say you and your team would go out to meet with the residents, which is terrific. I come from the business community, so I believe government's role is to help facilitate that. But in this particular instance, in the time that I've been here, I hear these stories and these qualitative responses from my colleagues about working. I know that I do this within my own ward, sir. So can you tell me why there hasn't been efforts on your part to meet with the councilwoman?
So we don't have that relationship that the other council members have with their constituents, okay? This whole thing I don't even know where to start. There's some history between the Councilwoman Armstrong and Don Ahern. As soon as I've been inundated with violations over there since she took office, and I've been told by code enforcement that I've been targeted. It's hard for me to have an honest conversation with her when I think that she's against everything that we stand for over in her ward.
Councilman Kelly, could you possibly wrap up?
Yes, Mayor, I will, but I have a couple of other things, so please, if you don't mind, I would appreciate this. The code violations that you just referenced, and I don't know what they are individually, but I know that there have been some over the years. I hear that you have worked collaboratively with the city to address them, which is terrific. There are some that are outstanding. I don't know that it's related to this particular parcel, but can I ask staff, when a developer has code violations in one area or even a close area, do we require that that developer cure those violations before coming for requests for rezoning or variances for other parcels or other projects?
Yeah, Mayor, through you, Seth Floyd for the record. So every code case is unique, but I'd say generally speaking, not always, because sometimes coming to you is the cure for the code violation. And so, for example, back in December when the same applicant was before you, one of the things that they did was rezone a property that had previously been condos from RE to C2. And that helped resolve a code case that was on that property because they were using that for commercial purposes, and now that has been cured. So it kind of depends on what the history of each parcel is, but it could be that coming to council is part of the cure for that.
Okay, thank you. If I may, I know, Mayor, but please, this is very important to me as I'm trying to understand this. I've heard a lot of conversations about community and about looking at the whole thing more at a broader perspective than looking at whether it's spot zoning. Sometimes zoning parcel by parcel and not looking at the whole thing forces a neighborhood to change. And I don't know if that's been the case here. I do worry that these very lovely people who are very supportive of Mr. Ahern, what if they were to pass the real estate property onto someone else that wasn't him, or to sell it to somebody else? We are looking at changes here that is really without respect, I think, to those two homeowners. And that does concern me because we're talking about affecting the property. And if those homeowners, if those occupants change, those homeowners change, and it still remains residential, then we have changed that neighborhood. We have some legislative discretion here, and, rezoning is a legislative act. It's not purely a technical one, and even recently, the Nevada Supreme Court determined that when we look at the welfare of a community, that it is upon us to know that that is aspirational, that it doesn't have to be fact-based. And I happen to represent a community that has a much higher degree of residents. It has a very high degree of master plans and or organized developments and Ward 2 homeowners associations. But I grew up adjacent to this ward, and I grew up in East Las Vegas, and I'm familiar with how neighborhoods around where my grandmother bought a house in 1958 changed, and how that happens to residents. So as much as I believe that we should be supporting businesses, and I have a great deal of respect for developers who put their money out with the hope that that investment will return. But I also see us as stewards of our communities. And I know in the conversations that I've had with some of my council folks who represent more challenging areas of the city, that vision for their neighborhoods is very aspirational, very aspirational. So it concerns me, sir, honestly, that I understand that whether you have a difference of opinion or Mr. Ahern does. My hair is almost as white as yours. And I have been around many blocks and have had to work with people that I had past disagreements with because we're trying to do what's best in the city. What I have heard from Councilwoman Summers Armstrong consistently is a real desire for important change, monumental change for her area. And I hear that when we're talking about the opportunity with Lennar and the Cashman Center. I heard that with her and hearing her advocate really about making sure the thoroughfare is very walkable, friendly, so we can connect both the north and the south part of downtown, which gets underneath I-11. And so what I am saying is it disturbs me, especially when I hear how important it is to these council folks that the folks coming before us take their time to meet with us. And I hear it comes from a place of great care and warmth, of wanting to make sure that the traffic situation of this previous applicant with the daycare, can that get handled so everybody can get what they need out of that neighborhood? Can as Councilman Pro Tem said, with care or access care, I'm going to miss care access. Thank you, Councilwoman. To work with him as they're trying to locate homes for daycare, which is so very important. It needs to be a partnership, sir. And I'm concerned that I am new, but I will tell you I am honored to be part of this group. And I believe that it is worth your time, and it is certainly worth your company's major investment in this area to work with the councilwoman before you throw up your hands assuming that you can't. And with that, I don't know what on procedure here.
Well, I think some of your fellow council people would like to speak also.
Okay, so should I make a motion?
No, you should not.
Okay.
You should continue speaking.
Okay, so if I would be inclined to support some sort of abeyance, or what would be the right way to ask that the company get together and sit down with Ms. Summer Armstrong and anyone else who thinks they could be a contributor to a positive discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Mayor,
Is there any,
I'd like to
by all
speak
means.
to some of the things she said. So the impression I got from your comments is that I don't care about the neighborhood. I grew up in the neighborhood, Bonanza and Rancho. Went to school, Twin Lakes, went to school at Western, Hyde Park. I'm invested in that area. We have spent millions of dollars beautifying that area. Drive up and down Washington. The most beautiful part of Washington borders our property. Drive up and down Bonanza. The most beautiful part of Bonanza borders our property. We've spent a lot of time and effort to make sure that we are good neighbors. We took 10 acres that we'd purchased over time this is going back about 10 years now. It was old horse property, broken down corrals, broken down barns. We cleaned it all up, and I planted an orchard. We've got 3,000 trees there. Last year, I took off 20,000 pounds of fruit, and where did it go? It went to the neighborhood, to faith-based charities and churches in the area that provide help to underprivileged families. We don't sell fruit. We give it away to the neighbors. So if you're indicating that I'm a poor neighbor, you're wrong.
Sir, I did not.
Let us move on. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, these items are always challenging when we have to consider zoning and the future implications of changing the zoning for a neighborhood. Last time I heard the councilwoman loud and clear, but last time when these items were up, we didn't have a room full of opposition either, and I don't really see the case until the mayor. I think you already turned it up for public comment. Did you already ask?
Yes, we asked
And so
if anyone wishes
we already asked for public comment, and there's no one here to offer that public comment. We hear the 2 letters of support from the most adjacent neighbors to it. As I look at this map, and I've been trying to navigate where I'm going to land on it. I talked to my planning commissioner, who is probably one of the most experienced planning commissioners with 14 years helping us navigate development in the city. And I said, I need you to help me out here. What are your thoughts? Because obviously it came out of planning with a recommendation to approve. So I wanted to hear what my planning commissioner had to say. And he feels that this area is very much commercial. If you look on the south side of Bonanza, it's all heavily commercial and industrial in nature. If you look on the east side, it's very much, it looks like we adopted form-based code on that side, and so there could be some mixed use developments to the adjacency. And there's already so much that has been blessed to be commercial adjacent what's being requested, that I know that when we're trying to assemble an acreage and offer it for economic and urban development opportunities, that is a big thing that drives people to want to land their project there, because we've eliminated all the uncertainties that lay. Because if we don't, as a council, speak to, we're open to seeing a project that can be significant in terms of economic and urban development, and we don't bless the zoning, we're kind of saying we want to keep the status quo. So I think that changing the zoning today conforms to everything in its immediate proximity. We're hearing from the most adjacent that they're not averse to it. And I do want to give the city the opportunity to land an awesome project. And we don't know what that is yet. It can be in the vein of medical, it could be in the vein and the lane of something else, but we know that when we have very finite acreage left in our boundaries that we can assemble and offer for a purpose, it's worth its weight in gold. And so I think eliminating the barriers and giving people certainty and being able now to speak at another level, it's not if the council, but because the council sees that this is prime for some redevelopment efforts, I think we can't not want to support an effort on that front. And for that, I'm going to, because I think we still get another bite at the apple. Changing it to commercial, blessing the zoning doesn't mean we've decided anything. An application still has to come before this council and the councilwoman and get the support for whatever project ends up materializing there that we still don't have 100% certainty with. But based on what we did in the last meeting, I do want to get you kind of with your block all assembled, because I know you guys have been working pretty hard on it, and I don't want to stand in the way of progress. That's what my planning commissioner left me with, is that sometimes in order for us to see progress, we need to consider and reconsider zoning. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the applicant's request for changes to the zoning.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman, I think you said it perfectly. And I would just say, I get asked this all the time in my ward, is you wouldn't do it near your house. I would do it near my house. Most recently, the 77 acres on the state land, which is now the Campus of Hope, those neighbors have very strong feelings about what ultimately I pre-planned probably 8 or 9 years ago was the development of transitional housing, a state facility for forensic psychiatrics, and a variety of other services that our community needs. So I tend to look at the community, which does put me at odds sometimes with neighbors in my own ward. But at the end of the day, I go back to what happened 3 or 4 years ago when Intermountain Health approached the city of Las Vegas about developing a children's hospital, and they couldn't because we didn't have available land for them. And so I see big plots of land as the future of Las Vegas, serving not only the immediate area, but the broader Las Vegas Valley. And in addition to the significant economic impacts it has to the vitality of our Las Vegas and our ability to compete with our surrounding jurisdictions and states. So I will also be in support.
Ms. Allen Polinsky, do you care to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to hear from the councilwoman in the area, but as I said in the last time we saw this, I do believe that the zoning change is appropriate. It is consistent with the micro area, and I want to see a transformative project for the city of Las Vegas that will change this land into something remarkable. I'm not going to stand in the way of progress.
Thank you so much. And Councilwoman Summers Armstrong, do you want to bring us home?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a question. Would you consider the lots that are immediately adjacent to, first of all, thank you for coming down. Sorry you couldn't make the meeting yesterday. I did ask if anything had changed with the ownership of the land, and I was told no. So we are still in a situation where on the west side of Harvey Munford, we have residences there still. And on the east side, we do have a residence on the east side of the street. I think I'm correct there. There's a family that lives in the house.
Can I speak to that?
Yes,
for
sir.
just a minute? Okay. So this map will show what Councilwoman's talking about. Is it, have I got it in the right place? Okay,
Yes,
there we go.
I can see it.
Okay. Okay, so this is an old map. It says Sunny Place. It's Harvey Munford Street right now. Let's see, where's that pointer? So this lot right here is Macon Jackson. He's one of the residences. This is James Gray. The resident that Councilwoman Armstrong is speaking of, I think that they are right here, 005, if I'm not mistaken, or 009. I'm not sure which one is them. Nonetheless, I think this is spot zoning in reverse, because this is MLK right here, and it's a commercial corridor, and there is a resident right there, but everything around that person is commercial. And if you go to look at that person's property, they're running a business out of it, for sure. So I don't know what more to say about that, other than I don't think that should preclude me from rezoning these properties because of that. Now I'll speak to James Gray. I could probably buy his property tomorrow if I found him a place to live. He's 84 years old. He's got health issues, or he'd be here. Macon Jackson, I could buy his house tomorrow. If that's what it takes, okay. But neither one of them have a place that they know. I'll speak to the city attorney about this. If you want a contract that says I'm going to buy their property, and them sign it and me sign it, and with a fair market price, okay. But Don Ahern's already talked to them and said, hey, you've been my friends all these years. I'd rather you participate. If there's some upside in when we develop this property into a medical district or an arena facility, whatever, I think there's more upside for you in that. And so they're kind of waiting for that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Summers Armstrong, do you want to continue?
I do. I would want to ask if you would consider on the properties that are adjacent to MLK C1 zoning as opposed to C2, because the businesses that are currently in place, which would be the 7 to 11 at Martin Luther King and Washington, and again at Martin Luther King and Bonanza, are both zoned C1.
That's the two convenience stores you're speaking of?
Correct. And so those two businesses have created a precedence, right? And the business the family that has a combination residence, and I see them too, I drive by every day, have a business. I think that C1 designation would definitely be in keeping with what we already see there on Martin Luther King. And I think it would be appropriate so that whole line would be consistent, except for the residential, which is, kind of a split use. C1 is really the designation on that particular street, because the two butt-in businesses, you all don't own them, right? And so you're filling in the land in between. Would you consider that?
I know that C2 zoning is general commercial. I'm not sure what C1 zoning is. Director Floyd.
Can you speak to that, Mr. Seth, please?
Yes, so we can pull the whole list, but C1 is a limited commercial, so it is also a commercial zone. But we'd have to look at the permitted use table to see exactly which uses are permitted in C2 that aren't permitted in C1. Typically, it's your auto-oriented, heavier uses. C2 is designed to be more of a transition zone between commercial and manufacturing, whereas C1 is a more traditional commercial district without the auto.
So let's just, you were talking in hypotheticals, so let's just throw this out there. What if the project moved forward as a medical area district? Would C1 be appropriate for that type of business?
And I apologize, I was trying to read the code while you were speaking. Could you say that one more time?
Okay, so let's say we proceeded with developing the land into a hospital medical district. Would C1 be appropriate for that type of business?
Through you, Madam Mayor, medical offices are permitted within the C1 zoning district.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry, Peter.
Sorry, medical office as a use is a permitted use within the C1 zoning district. A hospital, I believe that is also permitted use. I'll just double check really quickly for you.
It's a conditional use, Peter. Hospital's conditional use in C1.
That is correct. And the conditions is that the use shall be located on a secondary thoroughfare or larger, which is an 80-foot roadway, minimum.
So I would say, it's right on the street of MLK, those properties right here. When this area is developed, that probably wouldn't be where the building sat. It would probably be more of an entrance, I would guess, but we haven't got that far yet. So again, I'm just assuming that. But if it's compatible with what we're trying to do there, then I would say I don't have a problem with that.
Councilwoman Diaz has a question.
Mr. Benson, just instead of, projecting and thinking about the future, is it then the hope and desire of Mr. Ahern and the investment team to procure basically the entirety that's outstanding there? So we've mentioned the 2 residences, but what I'm envisioning is you guys are going to want to probably complete and have the rest of the block all the way to Maryland Parkway, Bonanza to Washington. Is that accurate?
Say Maryland Parkway.
Not Maryland, sorry. I'm talking my district.
That's your district.
Sorry, so sorry. Ward 3 on the brain. Washington, Martin Luther King Boulevard, Bonanza. Are you guys looking to basically scoop up as many of those properties to complete that block eventually? Is that the end goal?
So we've pretty much got the block completed from Clark Way to Harvey Mumford Place. Okay, there's just a couple in there that we haven't purchased, but I've done all I could over the years to complete that, and I think the 1 or 2 that are left that I don't really have a definitive answer for you on is the property which is right here. It's kind of a medical clinic, I'm going to say. I'm not quite sure what they do in there. I've talked to the owner a couple of times, and he has no desire to sell it. I think it's probably his income. But if, in fact, the time comes we get to the point where we need that property for our development, then I would sit down with him in a kind of a different frame of mind and talk to him about purchasing it. It would be it would cost me a lot more then than it would now, But so our plan is to assemble as much of the property as we can at this time at fair market price value. It'd be cheaper now than wait until the announcement is made on what's going there, and then everybody wants a piece of it, right? So.
And let me ask the staff a question because I'm confused. Eventually, I'm assuming the applicant is here to get a zoning change. 2 parcels. One.
Mayor, it's actually 7 parcels.
Okay.
Total.
Parcels.
Yeah.
Okay. Eventually, they're going to want C2. So do we have to, I would rather avoid, as long as they're here, to get C2 zoning change, to do a different zoning change and have them come back and ask for what they're here now to ask for. Doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Am I mistaken when they eventually start? We have no way of knowing what they're going to build. They have no way of knowing what they're going to build at this point. What about this extra step of a different zoning designation?
Mayor, I understand your concern. It's a little hard for us to evaluate whether they would
All
need
of
a
us.
second step. I mean, hypothetically, yes, if they got a rezone to C1 and then came forward sometime later with a use that needed C2, you would have to do a rezoning as part of that package. But again, hard to evaluate without that
Okay,
use in
and
front of us.
C2 covers everything?
C2 is the most
General
inclusive commercial use, yes.
General commercial, okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Armstrong?
Thank you, Mayor Berkeley. I think from my perspective, so I think what's been obvious today is that there has been very little communication for whatever reasons. Many of them are not under my control. We reached out and scheduled a meeting, and we did have Mr. McKnight on the call yesterday. And I just kind of want to talk about a couple of things. Number one, I think that it is a misconception that I have it out for your organization. I have a list from our code enforcement folks of the code enforcement issues over the last couple of years. I took office in December of 2024, and there are issues that go back before I ever came into this office. part of being a resident of the neighborhood and as a leader in the neighborhood is that I see what I see. And if I see something, I think I have a responsibility to say something. And neighbors come to me and they have concerns and questions, and I get phone calls and people driving up on my driveway and knocking on my door with concerns, and we do our very best in the office to address them. But I don't put on blinders just because I become a city councilwoman. I live in the neighborhood, and I have a right to be concerned about what I see. And I think any citizen in the city that we all represent has a right to speak and say and be concerned about what they see. And so I think that if a medical facility, including a hospital, can be accomplished under C1, and that is what is suggested, that is a great use for this land, I think that we should approve land use to that use. When we go to C2, we are now expanding to much more intense uses that, yes, sure, we can come back and have a community meeting about it, but we've now opened the door for now the neighbors who none have no idea what is being proposed here, now have to come and fight against a land use that we've approved when it wasn't necessary. And I'm asking for this on the Martin Luther King portion because that is what is already in existence. We have a standard already set. There's no need, in my opinion, for C2 on Martin Luther King, unless I just don't see it, right? And so I think that it's a matter of a compromise and a show of good faith, from my perspective, to do that. The other properties that are on the west side of Harvey Munford, we went ahead and changed those designations because they're running businesses already on them. So we know what we are dealing with the driving school. We know what we're dealing with the other uses. We already know what's there, and those land use changes were approved because we know what they were doing, and there's no surprise there. And again, even on those, if they want to do something more intense, they would have to come back to us for that. So I don't think that it's asking, I don't think that's being unreasonable to just say C1 on the MLK perimeters. I understand that they are consolidating. I get it. I think that the little strip in between Mr. Gray and Mr. Jackson, thank you. Every time I get nervous, I get a little amnesia, I think.
Well, try being 75. I do the same thing.
You're doing a darn good job, sir, probably better than me. I think that little strip in between, I think that's a little bit premature to put that C2 on that because it's right dead smack in the middle of where those two gentlemen are living. And once they go through their process of accumulating those properties, it doesn't meet the width for a land use change on those. And I think that we should follow the direction of staff. They're saying that when you have a teeny-weeny parcel, especially one that is, in where we see on this map, in between two residential occupied residences, just leave it alone until they figure out what they're going to do. They already own it. Once they accumulate, acquire the other two, it would make sense for all of it to be changed because they're still going to have to come back and deal with Mr. Gray and Mr. Jackson's properties there.
Okay, let me just, it's a new day. I actually agree with you on that. The little strip of land, I have a well there. We have 5 wells in the area. And that's kind of an alleyway. There's a well in there. We own that property. I agree. I'm going to have to come back when I acquire Macon Jackson's property and James Gray property. I'm going to have to come back because there are E right now. And I'm going to have to come back and get those rezoned anyway. So I don't have a problem with doing all three of those at the same time. But the C1, my intent, and I was told this by someone at the city, that there's about right now on the recorder, in the recorder's office, I probably own about 170 parcels in that area. There's a lot of them because of those apartments that were there. They were condos. So for me to consolidate or merge all those parcels into one parcel, which is what I want to do, I had to have them all rezoned the same. And I think if I rezone part of them C2 and part of them C1, is that going to preclude me from merging those all into one parcel?
It's an extra step.
So Seth Floyd, for the record, again, dealing with a hypothetical here, so I'll do my best to work through
You got a lot
it.
of hypotheticals today.
If the parcels adjacent to MLK were rezoned to C1 and the remainder on the west of Harvey Mumford were zoned C2 and there was a desire to combine those, you'd actually have a couple of steps. You'd have to vacate Harvey Mumford because there's obviously a street in between right now. And then, yes, if those parcels were going to be combined from east to west of Harvey Mumford, they would have to be this. We don't do split zoning, so you would have to bring those into the same zoning category. But that would be several steps down the road.
So, Mr. Floyd, could that be done in one ask? Could they come with a request for rezoning, abandoning the street, the REs that will be vacant, and change those all to C2 and combining? Can that all be done at once? Is that the step? Even though it's in pieces, it could still be done at one time? Can you confirm that?
Yes. Seth Floyd, for the record, yes, it could be done at one time as one parent application with several sub-applications, yes, if they were all under common ownership.
But we're still dealing, sir, Mr. Floyd, with the reality that the two corner pieces have other owners. So you would, any conglomeration of the land at this point would be excluding those two corner pieces, and we still have the resident that lives on the east side of Harvey Mumford that you all have to deal with as well.
Right.
Which you have not. May I assume that you all have not begun to have discussions with them?
I haven't
about
reached out to them, no.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so I don't know what the design's going to look like when we get to that point. I've always envisioned MLK as being more of an entrance because I don't have any. I probably won't live long enough to acquire AM, PM, and 7-Eleven. You know, I don't have any. I just don't think I can. That's going to happen, right? So those pieces of property in between those two bookends, I always looked at that area as more of an entrance to whatever the development's going to be, and so, and yes, I think that Harvey Mumford Street will be eventually vacated at some point, and I haven't talked to the residents because I kind of think that if they want to go along with this, they'll eventually sell. If they don't, they can stay there because they're on the perimeter. They're right on MLK, and I don't really need their property to develop the rest of it.
But can I just say this, though? That family that is adjacent to the Chevron on the south side of Martin Luther King, their only access is on Harvey Mumford.
Yeah.
They don't have an access for Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
So you're still going to have to, and I'm a little surprised that you haven't talked to them. And I think I am by no means a perfect person. I have plenty of faults. But I think that one thing that you will hear from my time here, from the things that I learned when I was in the assembly, and the work that I've done in this community, is that we have to talk to one another and work collaboratively. Without that family, without them talking, without you all communicating with them, now we have an issue with a vacation of Harvey Mumford, because that's the only way they can
Well-
get to their property.
I think we're putting the cart before the horse on the
Well,
vacate.
but I think it's part of the overall, and that is, there has to be communication, there has to be consideration. I'm trying to look out for them and for Macon and Mr. Gray, and I just think that having C1 there on the Martin Luther King side, I think it's a fair compromise, and not changing the little sliver.
Well, I
That would
think
be
Seth
my
mentioned
ask.
that could be done, if we do C1 on those properties, that would be an easy fix if ever I needed them to be C2 with the rest of them. Is that right?
And I'm sorry, again, I was reading some notes on the where I think this is headed.
Well,
Sorry.
We talked about, I think the mayor brought this up, how hard would it be to move the C1 into C2 if that became an issue with the development?
Well, I think that probably, normally that would get evaluated at the site development review stage, because when you had an actual project in front, when the council had a project in front of you to review, you would be assessing the viability of changing that zoning at that time. From a process perspective, it's fairly straightforward. It's a rezoning application that would convert that from C1 to C2.
So before we entertain a motion by Ms. Summers Armstrong, you are here for a zoning change to C2. That is why you are up in front of the city council today. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will be delighted to entertain a motion unless you have something else that you wish to bring up.
No, ma'am. So my motion would be, I can't see that the properties on MLK be zoned for C1 as opposed to C2, that we go ahead and rezone the properties on the west of Harvey Mumford, the corner lot, and
So, right.
Yes.
These right here.
yes, all to C2, because that is contiguous with what is to the left, to the west of them, that we leave the sliver between Mr. Gray and Mr. Jackson alone for now. That would be my motion.
All right, so Mayor, if I can add some parcel numbers to that, just so we're clear on which ones those apply to. So.
And then I'm going to get clarification from our city attorney, so go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. So the C2, dropping that down to a C1 on MLK, those are parcel numbers 13928 304 002 003 and 004. The parcels on the west side to the north of the residential property, that would be rezoned from RE to C2, are 13928 303 001 002 and 003. And then the parcel that is going to be carved out, and I think that may be what you want to talk to the city attorney about, how to do that, is the 13928 303 005. And the applicant could withdraw that from the request without prejudice, just as we did last time, or that could be denied as part of the approval of the other motions.
Do you care to accept the motion, or do you want to stick with C2
Well,
before we vote?
I would like to stick with C2, but I'm also a peacemaker. I'd like everybody to be happy when we walk out of here, you know? So, but that's my decision, is stick with the C2 designation or.
Okay. All right, let me, Mr. City Attorney, let me ask you something.
Yes.
For those of us that want to approve the applicant's original request for C2, how do we vote on this motion? We vote no on this motion, or yes if we want to have a split C1, C2. Is that what I'm hearing, so I know what I'm voting on?
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. The motion on the floor is for C1 on the east parcels, so that'll be the rezone to C1, and C2 on the west, basically, except the thin parcel will stay RE. So if you want C2 for everything, you're going to be voting no on this motion. Sir, what's your last name again? I'm sorry.
Benson.
Mr. Benson, did you want to stick with C2, you said, or was that a rhetorical when the mayor was asking you? Were you open to the councilwoman's motion?
Well, I would like to stick with C2, to be honest with you.
Is that your final decision? I mean, I couldn't tell if you were firm on that, or if you were, okay, then yeah.
All right.
If you want C2, it would be a no on the motion. If you're good with Councilwoman Armstrong's motion, it's a yes, of course.
Okay, repeat, say that again.
If you like the applicant's C2, you'll be voting no on the motion. Okay. If you're okay with Councilwoman Summers Armstrong's mixed C1 and C2, you will vote yes on the motion.
Okay, in that case, a motion has been made. Shall we vote? Does this go back to that way?
Let me get you back.
Okay.
You gotta toggle the screens.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't get a voting pop-up, Luann.
May I get a voting pop-up? I can. I'm going to vote no on the motion. And can we see the results of the vote? Okay.
So Mayor Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney, the motion has failed, so we are, as chair, you can now accept another motion.
Okay. In that case, I guess it falls upon me. I'd like to make a motion to approve the applicant's request for a C2 designation.
And that would be item 44A through C.
Yes, sir. All right. Shall we vote? I'm not that. I'm a yes.
I messed you up, I'm sorry.
Yes. The motion passes.
Thank you.
I hope not to see you for a while.
You won't, Mayor, I promise.
Good, but do me a favor.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's time for you and the councilwoman to sit down, break bread, have a conversation so we can move forward, because I believe eventually this area is going to be developed in ways that I can't even begin to imagine. You're not quite sure what you want to do, but it's going to be essential that she's on board with you. And I think it's critical for the future of whatever you're going to do here that you are working with the councilwoman, put whatever has happened in the past behind, and let us move forward as a city.
I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, and I'm sure the councilwoman does too.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to agenda item 45. Set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
All righty. Agenda item 46, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. It will be limited to 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Would you restate your name?
Yes, it's Shoshana, and I'm a resident, and I wanted to continue on my request. Actually, I'm going to make it a request for the city to consider separating religion from government meetings. And again, the source of our invocations that we do here is the Bible. And if we're going to continue to worship this book, I'm going to continue to explain it. So I'm going to continue to read scripture to you. In the book of Deuteronomy, if no proof of the young woman's virginity can be found, she shall be brought to the door of her father's house, and there the men of her town shall stone her to death. Book of Samuel, now go, attack the Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, and cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. In the book of Hosea, because they have rebelled against their God, they will fall by the sword. Their little ones will be dashed to the ground, their pregnant women ripped open. In Deuteronomy, the fruit of your womb will be cursed. And God said to women, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. In Genesis. In the book of Deuteronomy, if two men are fighting, and this is so bizarre, and the wife of one of them comes to rescue her husband from the assailant, and she reaches out and grabs his testicles and penis, otherwise known as his private parts, you shall cut off her hand. I have a feeling I know which sex wrote that. Okay, almost done here. Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. Those again being their private parts. That's in the book of Isaiah. And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by being with men, they called those women prostitutes, which they call women prostitutes a lot, and profanes her father, she will be burned with fire. That is in Leviticus. Then they utterly destroyed all in the city, both men and women, young and old, ox, sheep, and asses, and with the edge of the sword. In the
Thank
book of
you
Joshua.
so much. Your 2 minutes are
Again,
up.
I'm supporting the separation of church and state. Thank you for listening, and thank you for learning.
Our pleasure. Thank you so much. We'll now move to item 47. Oh, yes, hello. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Alan Snell. I live here in Las Vegas. I have a book here too. It's called Bicycle Man. I wrote Bicycle Man. About my life as a bicyclist in the United States. I've bicycled across the country twice by myself. I have bicycled in every major city I've lived in, from New York to South Florida to Tampa, Seattle, Denver. And I'm here to urge the City Council to take some steps to really improve the bicycle safety, the pedestrian safety in your roads here. I was just talking with a friend of mine who is kind of a alter ego of mine. He's also bicycled around the country a lot, and we both agreed that Clark County, Las Vegas, I hate to break the news to you, you have really some of the most dangerous roads to ride a bicycle on here. And the reason is that you don't have the kind of infrastructure that I see in most cities your size across the country. You need an integrated paved trail network of paths across the city. You need protected bike lanes. These are common. These are not really that radical. I've been informed that your city has paid $800,000 to an engineering firm in Henderson to work on a Vision Zero program. This really is not very new. It's an extension of the kind of safe streets mentality that you've all heard of for years and years and years. And I'm here to tell you, I'm done with the words. Start building the infrastructure. There were 9 pedestrians killed from January 1st to February 17th in your Las Vegas metro district. Las Vegas ranks at the 29th percentile in terms of bicycling in the United States, and that's based on a study done by People for Bikes who look at 2,901 cities. You came in at 2,043rd. These are horrible ratings, horrible rankings. It's a public safety issue, and I would like to, I use my bicycle as transportation in your city. I'd like to survive, and I'd like to get to places alive. But it's more than even that. I mean, it's part of a broader issue here in Las Vegas, Clark County, about health, education, livability, quality of life that is hurting you folks. And here's the beautiful thing. You're in the position to make change. You can make this a priority. You have staff. You have a public relations staff. They can work on campaigns to make bicycling, to make walking, to make our roads safer, if you choose to. Clark County can do the same. I would suggest that there be a special panel brought together from Clark County and the city to work together and make this a priority, job one. The sad thing is that these deaths will continue. That's the bad news.
Thank you so much,
action.
Mr. Snell. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? In that case, we will go to Agenda Item 47, Council Emerging Issues, discussion regarding potential items for future City Council agendas or awards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda, and no discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics they would like to bring forward under this item? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jensen, I just wanted to make sure that we put a pin in it on the conditional use permits and the special use permits and our relationship with the state. And the community development staff have already done a great job of outlining the impacts it's having on the city.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, check your emails. I responded to you. We're already on that. There is a representative at a specific state agency who oversees that program. And so Seth is in the process of setting up a meeting so that we can start that conversation to identify why we're having this gap issue where they approve them without taking us into consideration.
I won't go back and forth, but real quick, I'm meeting with her boss in next week, and it'd be great to identify some key recommendations that the city could make because the entire DHHS team is brand new into their roles.
Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Can I add really quick, Mayor? Because I don't know if this is just the vein and the focal point of the children care, child care kind of, but I've seen it also pop up in the ward when it's a drug rehab home, group home, also elderly group homes, and it seems like they all get licensed by the state, but there's no step at the beginning of the process from the state to engage with us to ensure that it is the appropriate space and place for them to do that type of business, or to even check if we already have one in place, because sometimes we have an elderly group home or a drug and substance abuse group home, and another use wants to come in, and they're already conflicted out from the get-go, but they've never checked with us, so they can't hear this, and then they make the investment, and then it's really hard to backtrack it. So I just want to make sure that we dial in on the different types of group homes the state is blessing and ensure that they do shore up their process to be more inclusive of us on the front end versus the back end.
Noted, Councilwoman. Our intent is to cover it from soup to nuts because as we've seen over the last few months, a number of different types of group home uses has resulted in some challenges where folks have the thought that they're good to go and come to find out they're not. So we want to try to solve that situation, and I think the next level of conversation we're having is going to start that ball.
Thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong.
So I also am going to weigh in on this issue. And I think that we need to figure out, once we have these conversations, if there is a need for some type of a legislative solution, because in my ward, it's the same thing. We have group homes, we have congregate living. This is part of the reason, in my opinion, why we are struggling so mightily in Ward 5 to get development, is because we have all of these services are compacted in such a small space, and we just can't seem to get clarity. And so I agree with my comrades, my colleagues, that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and if it requires a legislative solution, this is the time for us to start to address it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Let me ask, and I don't know who to direct it to, but I've received, I know Shoshana was here at the beginning and at the end mentioning separation of church and state and citing many passages from the Bible that honestly I'm unfamiliar with. Is there any appetite to have a discussion about whether we should continue with a daily prayer to start our city council meetings. If there's no appetite, then obviously I wouldn't pursue it. I'm just wondering what my colleagues think about that, and I don't think we obviously aren't going to discuss it here, but it's something that I think should be collectively decided. I know this is history and tradition that we do this. Is that the desire of the city council? So just for future discussion, perhaps. Okay, thank you so much. Agenda item 48, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Let us start with Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go quickly through. We've had, as always, a very busy month. This 18th of February, we hosted our Principals Roundtable at Democracy Prep Academy. We had 18 schools represented from Ward 5. We had a wonderful presentation from the West Las Vegas Library, College of Southern Nevada, and our marshals. And we are the group is also working proactively on what kinds of things we need to be addressing that may need legislative intervention so that we can have better outcomes as a group in Ward 5. On the 6th of February, we had Salon Talk that was hosted at Expertise Cosmetology. This is an event that's put on by the Southern Nevada Health District. It's sort of a very cool and unique way of getting women together to talk about issues that have to do with women's health. And we talked about heart health, diabetes, high blood pressure, and we had a wonderful panel of really, really smart women, doctors and nurse practitioners, and gave wonderful information. And I just want to say again, Amina Harvey, this is a wonderful event. You did a great job, and thank you so much to Miss Gwen Brema, who is the owner of Expertise, for hosting us, and I look forward to next year's event. On February the 9th, I was invited by Louis Jordan, who's the executive director of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, and Kathy Thomas, who's the chief housing officer, to be on a radio show that they host called Living Room Sessions by the SNRHA. What was really amazing about this is that all of the previous council members, my predecessors, were all there, and we talked about the history and from the West Las Vegas plan document, how that morphed into the 100 plan, and then into the 100 plan in action, and just how we have this history of doing our best to try and bring good development principles and ideas into historic West Las Vegas, and we had a great time. It's online. You can listen to it. I think it is already, and I'm grateful to the sponsors and to my predecessors, Lawrence Weekly, Ricky Barlow, and Cedric Creer, for hanging out with me for an hour. We had a great time. February 11th, we joined Commissioner McCurdy and the Clark County Parks and Recreation Department for Heroes in the 106. Those honored were Reverend Dr. Kelsey West, the West Las Vegas Arts Center, Trina Giles, Paul Collins, and Dr. Al Guerrier. It was a beautiful event, lots and lots of folks, good food, and it was an amazing event. On the 12th, I went over to Parsons Elementary, joined by Julius Lightfoot, who always makes sure I get to these things, and has tissue because inadvertently I cry when I talk to the students about just how their dreams are important and that their path is a righteous path for them to pursue. We had a lot of fun. Fifth graders are hilarious. On the 13th, we had a Valentine's Day luncheon and bingo at Doolittle. That Active Adult Center is active. We line danced. My legs were killing me when it was over. We had lots of cookies and sweets, and I just want to say thanks, Ms. Stephanie, for helping put this on. Thanks to Clark Law Group for your added treats and gifts. The bingo was hilarious. We had a lot of fun. The 14th, we were at the Springs Preserve, just an amazing yearly event. I got Mr. Armstrong to buy me a really cool jacket. I should have worn it today. We hung out with the Bolden officers. We shared a table. There were so many beautiful acts. Our local talent was there. Churches, individuals. We had opera by Christian Shelton. It was just amazing to see the community come together to just celebrate Black history. Also, on that same afternoon, I dashed over to the West Las Vegas Art Center and watched Satchmo Sings for Women, the history of Satchmo. I'm now at Louis Armstrong and his life story. It was a wonderful presentation, and we're just proud of the arts that are happening in the community. So quickly, what's coming up? We have the Love on Jackson Block Party, February 21st. No tickets are needed, but certainly if you want to participate, we really would love to have you. Last year was amazing. It's going to be great again this year. That is the 21st, which is this Saturday from noon to 3. Music, food, resources, entertainment, farmers market. Come out to the neighborhood and enjoy Jackson Street. Don't forget seniors and folks who have limited income. If you need your taxes done, the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program is in full swing. Please make an appointment. There are locations throughout the valley where you can get your taxes done. This is important to keep you out of Dutch with those 3 letters, the I, the R, and the S. And it's also a great way to ensure that your identity is not being misused when you get your taxes done. Splash Spring Break, March 16th through the 20th, put on by Parks and Rec. We have a Patriot Park cleanup on the 28th of February. And then finally, my awesome team, thank you, Ara, Nora, Julius, for all your hard work. They are available, folks, for assistance at 702-229-5443 or at ward5@lasvegasnevada.gov. And please sign up for our newsletter. That way you can get all of our information. We have links to our Access Las Vegas show and all the information worth printing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Allen Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Thursday, February 5th, I had the opportunity to tour the new One Safe Place campus. The One Safe Place is a centralized location for domestic violence survivors. It's a survivor center hub that supports individuals and families that are affected by domestic violence. By bringing key services together in one location, it provides coordinated support, safety, and resources to help survivors reclaim stability and a home life. Thanks to Liz Ortenberger for inviting me to come tour this incredible One Safe campus. I look forward to it serving many, many people in our city. Next up, on Saturday, February 7th, I attended the Korean Lunar New Year celebration. We gathered to welcome the new year of the horse and to honor traditions that have been passed down for generations. There were performances that highlighted the cultural significance of the holiday. It was a very fun way to celebrate a new beginning filled with hope, prosperity, and joy. On Thursday, February 12th, the mayor and I had the pleasure of visiting the Rita Deanan Abbey Art Museum to be precise, in the County Island of Ward Floor, just about a block away. Every piece in this museum was created by Rita Deanan Abbey herself, and it was truly incredible to see all of her works in one place. Walking through the galleries, you can feel the intention and passion behind everything she created. We are grateful to receive a private tour from Executive Director Laura Sanders, who shared meaningful insight into the vision behind the museum. Thank you to the mayor for taking the time to attend the museum with me. Next up, Friday, February 13th, we hosted a Dazzle Prom, and it was truly a magical evening. From beginning to end, Dazzle Prom brought together individuals with diverse abilities for a night filled of music, dancing, games, and unforgettable memories. A big, heartfelt thanks to everyone who helped make the night possible. It was a very volunteer-heavy run. Because of you, Dazzle Prom was not only fun and memorable, but meaningful in every way. Do you know a teacher in Ward 4 that goes above and beyond every day and makes a lasting difference for students? We would like to honor we'd like to honor an outstanding teacher within Ward 4 elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools to receive the Excellence in Teaching Award. This teacher can receive a cash prize and customized awards presented in a really cool assembly form. There's a QR code on there if you'd like to scan to nominate an educator. Next up, there are 11 missing teens from our community. If you have any information that could help bring these children home, please contact LVMPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. Children, there's always a free bus ride home on the other end of that phone call. And lastly, you can stay up to date with all the community news, updates, upcoming events, and happenings in Ward 4 by following me on Facebook, Instagram, and X, or the old-fashioned way at 702-229-2524. We are always here to provide any assistance that we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is National Library Lovers Month, and I was going to point out the fact that I bring my kids twice a week to the West Charleston Library, and the people there do an amazing job taking care of us and taking care of everybody who visits. And there is time to enter to win great prizes from the Las Vegas Clark County Library District through February 28th. All you need is a library card, so stop in and visit the library or go to thelibrarydistrict.org for more details. And we have an upcoming Brews with Brian. It's on Saturday, February 28th from 9 to 10. It's at the Bronze Cafe, located at Buffalo Drive and Smoke Ranch Road. If you'd like to go, please let us know you're going to come, and we'll be ready for you. Thanks, Mayor.
No, thank you so much. Before I call on Councilman Diaz, I think it's appropriate to acknowledge the life and passing of civil rights leader, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. He made a huge impact on the civil rights movement and will be remembered as a lasting legacy for millions and millions of Americans whose lives were improved because of his efforts on their behalf. And with that, Councilwoman Diaz.
So well deserved, and the struggle and the fight still continue, Mayor.
Yes, indeed.
Let's see, my first slide, I just want to do a 2-for-1, highlight the amazing cleanup efforts that Get Outdoors Nevada does citywide. In Ward 3, we tackled the Cedar Trail, and there was lots of different things that we needed to do along that trail, a lot of graffiti abatement, a lot of micro trash pickup, and we did a really awesome job that day. So thank you to all the volunteers. And just want to put a plug for our upcoming next event with Get Outdoors Nevada at JC Community Park, and it's going to be the Native Habitat Maintenance Day, Friday, March 6th from 9 to noon. So if you're available, come on down and we'll take your helping hands. Wanted to let everyone know that Manny's beloved food truck has now expanded into a brick and mortar location in adjacent to the Arts District. So I know everyone follows his Ole Manny's seafood truck, and now he has a location at 61 West Utah Avenue, Suite 121. So if you know where Iwana Coffee is, they're right adjacent Iwana. I hope that you guys can stop by and support this local favorite. Used to be a partner with Bahamar, but now has his own spot. On February 11th, the Girl Scouts of Southern Nevada had their media day, and I was invited back for a second occasion to sample more of their delicious selections of cookies. And obviously, we want to highlight Explore More's as their newest variety. I was very impressed by the goals that many of these Girl Scouts have to sell their cookies, so I want to push to everyone, please buy from them. A lot of them are seniors hoping to make income to cover their senior trip. One of them said she wants to sell 5,000 boxes of cookies in this season. I was like, you go, girl. So please, please, please support our local Girl Scout troops by buying their cookies. On February 11th, I also had the opportunity to congratulate our very own Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Team for obtaining their ACE accreditation. It's the highest distinction for fire and emergency communications centers, certifying top-tier performance, rigorous quality control, and adherence to international standards. So basically what it means is when we call 911, there's a fire-related emergency, we're doing awesome work in expediting the call and the swiftness with which we're responding and providing basically, while responders arrive, also help via the phone. Thank you to our Fires Communications Chief, Craig Nimskern, and his 90-strong dispatch team for working around the clock and ensuring that our community is taken care of at their most pressing, dire time. February 12th, the mayor and I had the amazing opportunity to stop by Main Street Provisions and declare it Ellie Parker Day. So who is Ellie Parker? She is a chef there at Main Street Provisions, and she won Hell's Kitchen Battle of the States. I think it's the 24th competition, and she represented Vegas amazingly. And so we were so happy to meet her family and to know that she is a CCSD graduate, went to Northwest Career and Technical Academy, and she's shining so bright and bringing lots of people down to Vegas to try her food. And for those of you that are foodies, she's actually offering at Main Street Provisions the dishes that she cooked on the show. So you get to sample how she won the title. Just want to put awareness out there in the community. There's going to be a grant information session for artists and arts and culture organizations on February 18th. 5:30 to 6:30 at East Las Vegas Community Center. So stop on by and get that free information from the Nevada Arts Council. Also want to highlight that we're having a community baby shower at East Las Vegas Community Center in partnership with Southern Nevada Health District. It's Thursday, February 19th from 9 a.m. to noon. And again, East Las Vegas Community Center, 250 Northeastern. So it's tomorrow. Expecting mothers are invited to stop by and learn about the many amazing resources and services provided for prenatal care, educational presentations for safe sleep, child passenger safety, and there will be a diaper giveaway. So don't miss that because diapers are so expensive. All right, next one, 18B Arts District parking meeting. I know it's taken a minute for us to convene the community, but it was a matter of making sure that everyone could make it and get the word out there. So we will be meeting at 3rd Street Performing Arts Theater, 814 South 3rd Street, Tuesday, February 24th, 6 to 7 p.m. So please, 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 if you have solution-oriented ideas, we'd love to hear them at this meeting. March 12th, we have the opening reception, Rhythm and Resilience at Las Vegas Civic Center Gallery. And this explores African-American life in Las Vegas from the arrival of its first Black resident through the 1980s, tracing the impacts of racial barriers while celebrating the achievements that shaped the city's characters. So the exhibition invites everyone to reflect on the enduring legacy of the African-American community and its lasting influence on our identity as Vegas. So the exhibition is curated by Carmen Beals and narrated by Clay T. White. You never want to miss when Clay T. is narrating. Exhibition opens March 12th and closes August 20th, 2026. We'll just do a quick little shout out for our commissioners doing great work. Commissioners Sagerbloom and McCurdy are doing basics of business licensing. Join them at East Las Vegas Library Tuesday, April 14th, 6 to 7:30, free food. But most importantly, it's so important to kind of learn the step-by-step process to obtain a business license and do it properly before you're cited. Last is just a utility tax rebate. Sewer rebate program reminder, it does end March 3rd. That's coming very, very closely. Reach out to East Las Vegas Community Center or Stupak Community Center, and they'll fill you in on how you apply. And that's it for me, Mayor. Last slide is just how folks can get a hold of us with any concerns or any celebrations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. We're thrilled in Ward 2 to continue our outreach. We toured the ward with Arts Commissioner Craig Galati, and one of the things we're going to be doing at the Veterans Memorial Center, that's standing with Craig and I, is the amazing Nicole Korwitz, who is one of our unsung heroes. We have so many in our community centers who deliver so many great activities and services to our group. But we're going to be putting some public art in there, and we're very excited about that. We're also partnering with Wards 2 Park Commissioner Chair Richard Becker to explore additional public art opportunities in our park. So I love that we've got two commissioners that are going to be working together on the issue. I also toured Growing Minds Preschool Academy and saw firsthand the important work they're doing for children. Not only do they have early care and preschool, but they also go K through 8. So it's pretty amazing what they're doing, and they're continuing to grow. I'm excited to, in honor of Black History Month, and as a former Chamber of Commerce CEO, to help celebrate Black History Month by recognizing the Urban Chamber of Commerce. They were founded July 7th, 1980, as the Nevada Black Chamber of Commerce, and was created to promote the development and advancement of Black-owned businesses and small businesses throughout the city. I had many opportunities to work with the Urban Chamber throughout my chamber years, and I'm super proud to say that one of its founding members, Dr. Bob Bailey, any of you who are lucky enough to know Bob, was such a delight in our community, one of their founding former members, and one of my early board members at the Las Vegas Chamber, who was part of my early career. In 1997, the organization became the Urban Chamber of Commerce, continuing its mission of advocacy, economic empowerment, and business development. So just congratulating the hard work that the Urban Chamber of Commerce does in our community. And we've got another upcoming mobile business hours and neighborhood office hours that'll be held at the Veterans Community Center. I meet more people who come to that center saying, I didn't even know it was here. And so it's the only community center in Ward 2. It's a wonderful one, and we'll be there on February 19th from 9 to 11. So stop in, say hello. If you have an issue, we have staff there, and we'd love to talk to you about your experience in our community and in Ward 2. And then we have, finally, I've always been inspired by the pictures of your staff, and so we found one. And so here's my terrific staff, Christina Tahahe and Samantha Burgess and Christina Dugan. We call them Christina 1 and 2 because Christina 1 came first. But you can contact us at any time at the number on the screen at 229-2420 or email us at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Kelly. And this city council meeting is now adjourned.